Violence.
Tiny, 76 months in a sneaky tier 3? Shut up. And you too? It is the little content woman who lives inside the computer. I haven't turned phishing on you. Both have been scammed. I'm such a bad person. Oh my God. This feels. I can't believe I've done this. I'm a baddie. Oh my God. I'm such a baddie. Lucky you're both rich anyway. You know what I mean? Phew. Oh, thank goodness for that. Oh, look, now it's on. Oh, woohoo. There you go. The worst who ever lived. I know. When you think about people who do bad things on the planet. Oh my God, Tiny. Did somebody get their tax return today? That's so crazy. Oh my God, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's a nice way to start the month. You're my favorite. Not only are you here for omegaverse chats, but you've decided to do 5 gifted on the starting screen. I feel so special. Oh my goodness. Happy Tuesday to me. Chat, I'm a little under the weather. Okay, and I know I'm a giant sook, so I'm not going to complain about it for the whole time. But I feel a little off, you know? I'm feeling a little funky. I'm not sure what's wrong, but something is wrong. Something is wrong. My eyes are blurry, there's a little tickle in my throat, and I'm wondering if it's lingering vaccine, my body fighting the little things. So when it gets the big thing, it's like, I know what this is. I'm not sure. But welcome. Happy Tuesday. Happy June. Chat, that's right. Pixel Smixel, end of financial year sale starts today. And by the end of financial year sale, I mean, I'm still here. Gay elephant, that's homophobia.
A guy elephant gifted a tier 1 sub to streamer bad. They have given 216 gift subs in the channel.
Gay elephant, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. Wow. Wow. It's not a dreaded topic. I'm so excited. Do you know what I mean? Maybe this becomes a real thing for us all. And then we're all just wolves. I actually don't know that much about it. I've seen like that one TikTok movie. I believe I have about 2 months of work to get done before end of financial year. I'm sorry. That's fucked. You can do it. I believe in you.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Oh, Punky, a silver lining. We'll take it. And 4 years? My gosh. Time has indeed flown like a little bird. Actually, I saw a clip of a little bird today falling down a mountain, but it lived. So that was good. But I was like, you must have several broken bones. But apparently no. Apparently no. So, who knows? But this is a lovely kickoff to the month. I'm glad I didn't stream last night because I was not feeling great. I'll pause my new documentary. No, don't pause it yet, Blue. We will not start Omegaverse until like 7. I started the stream early. Why? Because I couldn't get a Dota game. And I was just sitting here. And my hands are so cold and my microwave died. I've got to go buy a new one tomorrow. I must buy it tomorrow because I've been turning it off and on. And then today I went to turn it on to heat up my baked beans. Don't judge me. I'm a little bit British sometimes. It's in my genetics. What do you want from me? Don't look at me. Why are you looking at me like that, chat? Stop it. Anyway, I went to heat up my baked beans in the microwave and none of the buttons would work and it wouldn't even turn on. So I've got to go buy a new microwave. And in the meantime, I just have to handle having cold feet, cold hands, cold life. It's just cold and damn. I know. The Ocean Gate thing was a bigger mess than previously thought, which is saying something. Yeah, well, they knew it exploded, right? They heard the explosion. Gay elephant. What? No. I'm not accepting your feedback at this time, and you can call that homophobia, and it's just not though. Hi, Jushi. What we talking about? We were actually talking about you. Yeah, we were. We were talking about you specifically. So welcome. Hello. I know I'm currently microwave-less and air fryer-less and castle-less. Oh, why me? Sorry, that's so stupid. You don't even leave a car out uncovered in this. They left the sub out all winter uncovered? Oh my God, these people are crazy. Wow, you think for some smart people, they're kind of dumb. I'm so ready to buy a Switch 2 on launch. Oh, I'm very excited for you, Punky. I hope it goes well. I do not need a Switch 2. I need a microwave. In a parking lot? Oh my God. You know, we're all our own specific kind of smart. That's why you need a community of lots of different kinds of smart. So together, you're like AI. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I didn't use my OG Switch enough to justify a Switch 2. I can't play with my hand. I'm too disabled. So it's not for me either, but... Oh, it's true. You'll have to think of something new, Gay Elephant. You have 3 Switches? Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm tree smart, if that's useful. I know the names of lots of trees. That is a very useful skill, especially when it comes to the end of the world and we need to have like what a specific tree is good for. Is this a hardwood tree? Is it a softwood tree? What grows on this tree? You know, what can we do with the flowers? You know, we need that. You joke, but an AI company just went under because it turns out it was 700 Indian software devs. Stop. That's so funny. Hi, Will. That's actually so funny. Man, I just don't have an entrepreneurial brain. Do you know what I mean? If I had an entrepreneurial brain, I would have a business by now. But I don't. I don't have that kind of brain. I just could not do that. Company was valued at 1.5 billion and backed by Microsoft. Oh my God, that's wild. You have a business? It's not really a business, okay? Because I am not really selling you anything. Do you know what I mean? It's not something that can run without me. You know, I can't become the CEO and boss people around. And obviously that's the only reason you want to do any of that. Like, do you know what I mean? You could. It's fine. It's fine. I just pretend to boss you guys around sometimes and it's enough. I own a timeshare in Pixel Smixel's attention. Wow, what a flex. What a flex. I bet you tell everyone that. You're a professional singer? I mean, yes, I try. Honestly, yeah. Sure. But is that a business? It's not a business. It's not scalable. It's not a business. I'm not a CEO. I'm not chief financially officing. I am actually. I'm the CEO. I'm a chief financial officer. I am my own fucking receptionist. I'll tell you that for free. Do you have an ABN? If you do, you probably got a business. Well, I do have an ABN. But it's just, that doesn't count. Oh.
A guy elephant gifted a
I got so
T1
excited for a second there. I was like,
underscore questions. They have
Of
given
course I'm being roasted
217
once
gift
again.
subs in the channel.
It's a brand, I guess. Yeah, a cohesive brand. Yeah, it's a cohesive brand across like the Free Palestine / omegaverse spectrum. You know, it's it's a brand for sure. It's not a particularly sellable brand, but it sure is a brand. Did you claim tax concessions on your streaming software? Maybe one day in the past, but my streaming software is free. In other gay news, Chapel was on the last episode of Drag Race, and the hot takes and hate comments are driving me insane. The whole thing, the whole internet is insane when it comes to comments. I saw a video of a woman who's currently staying on a mattress on her friend's floor because she can't afford housing. And everyone's like, oh, you probably shouldn't have ended up here. And I'm like, this could happen to anyone. And the comments are like, you probably should have just worked harder. Like, this is your fault. Even after she had explained how she ended up in the situation, like she had a partner, they bought a house, he bought her out of the house when they broke up. She got 25K, but like she works this job and she's priced out of the housing market, and even rentals are insane. No, it's just on TikTok. Yeah, she's from Australia, and rentals are just insane. And I was like, that's kind of true. Like, I would say because of housing, I haven't moved forward in like my financial security at all, really, kind of. Like, I prioritized going on a couple of holidays, I'm not going to lie. And I'm glad I did that. But it's like housing is insane now. It's insane. I don't understand how anyone lives alone. You're doing well. Baked beans on toast. I just don't eat that. Like, I have Uber Eats once a week now. And even at that, and, you know, and also you guys, you pay for my food. Thanks. I'm joking. But also, like, I don't have an option. I either work from home and I live on my own, or what do I do? You know? Yeah, they were Heinz beans. They were the salt reduced ones though. Salt reduced. Delicious. And it's just the little tin for one. Back to the office. Marry a rich guy. It's definitely on my list of considerations. I've got, you know, on my survival plan. You know, actually, I'm going to be really honest. I was sitting on the couch last night and I was just having a little think. And this is going to sound ridiculous. But I truly, at this point in my life, I think I got everything I ever wanted. And that's not, it's, and I don't know how to explain it, but my dreams were so small. My dreams were so small that I'm pretty sure I got everything I ever wanted.
Boy!
Including another gifted sub.
Tier 1 sub to crowdfunded communism. They have given 218 gift subs in the channel.
My biggest dream was to be independent and live alone. And that was it. And then to find some meaning in work, which I've been lucky enough to do, and to have friends. And I sat there and journaled last night, and I was like, I don't know how to, I don't know. I don't know how to dream bigger than that, because for so long I was in so much pain. Like, my dreams were so small. In maybe in hindsight, like, then they did not seem small at the time. Like, they didn't seem small. Like, when I was in pain, everything seemed really hard. So I don't know. So I just journaled, and I don't know. We'll see what comes out of my journaling. I'll try again tonight as well to figure it out. Because truly, like, my biggest dream was I just want to be able to, like, live on my own, not really bother anyone for, like, I didn't want to have to rely on anyone for money or anything. And I wanted to have friends, and that's, and now I don't know how to dream bigger, because I feel like dreaming bigger at my age feels weird, and I'm not sure what it is. I don't know. Anyway, I know that's not particularly inspiring, but I was just sitting there last night and just thinking that, sort of. Liddy, protest does so much. You have to live in a revolutionary way. You have to like decenter wealth. You have to decenter patriarchy. You have to decenter climbing a corporate ladder. You have to decenter greed. Like the way we change the world is not necessarily by protesting. Protesting does work in some ways, but it's you have to change the way you engage with the world, and you have to change the way you engage with people, and I don't know how many people are willing to do that. I think that's the hardest thing. We have to wake up every day and live revolution. It's wild. Yes and no, though. You don't have to like be doing all the revolutionary stuff all day, every day. Like, we're learning about the omegaverse tonight, right? Like, I ain't fixing anybody today. You know? It's not a thing. True, Blue. You are actually living the life. Oh no, I'm very content. I'm content. But the last 2 years, my contentness and my push has been like, oh, okay, so I was going to Scotland and I booked that. And then I wanted to go to Africa, so I booked that. And so I had things that I was working towards personally. And so I don't have that at the moment. And I don't really want to travel again anytime soon, so don't know. Finding joy in your life in these times is a subversive radical act as well. It sure is. Hi, Milk. Hello, Abelin. Stigma? Which stigma are you talking about? Hey, Ryder. Like, I've got to get brave again and write down some new dreams and stuff, maybe. You got to be brave. Sigma male? Yogurt male. What? What's a yogurt male? I have not jumped out of a plane. No. I don't think I want to do that.
Boy!
I know you didn't plan on it, but seeing you stream is a fix to my often faltering morale. So thank you.
See, that's what I mean though. Like, I have been able to find meaning through work because, like, you know, of comments like that, Lenda. Like, that's so nice. Thank you for the $5. The rest of you should take notes, gay elephant. You could say nice things to me. You know? And I could feel like I have the support of the... No. Despicable. Consume more, produce more, send shockwaves with consequences you'll never understand, or else you're not living up to your potential. Oh. Hi, Vox. Hi, Venture Faps. Aw, Blue, that's so nice. Do more for shareholder value. I don't think I have any more to give for the shareholders. I have nothing else for you. I'm wrung dry. Honestly, you get the peak, the pinnacle of my personality every week. Terrible dividends? My God. Then you need to recoup and recoup. A recoup. Sorry that you got a shit fish. Oh my God. Oh, it's all too much. Smells like burnout? No. No, I don't have burnout. I don't know if I have burnout. I was reflecting on the things that I had wanted in the past, and I was like, oh, I have all that. And like it's weird because it for some people it's very easy. They're just like, I want more money. I want more money. I really, I'd like to be comfortable and I'd like a house and I'd like you to subscribe. But like, do you know what I mean? It's not a real, like it's not a driving force in the decision making in my life. Oh, I'm not flexing that I don't need more money because I don't need more money. I do. I'm not rich. Okay. Not even fucking slightly. I mean, it's just not like something I prioritize, I guess. I would like to buy a castle. I mean, that's the only dream I've really got at the moment that's like a real one. Privileged Gen X streamer flexes on chat. It's not like that. Guys, you would know if I owned my house because I would never ask for anything. Ever. Like if I was just sitting here in a house I owned, crazy. Oh, well, yeah, that sounds like a tough, like, oh, sorry that the douchebag you voted in put in the tariffs. Like, ain't my fault. Sorry. These are your extra tariffs. Really, you just bought the whole apartment complex and are living in one of them? Incorrect. I haven't been to the gym in a while. I don't really have any muscles right now. Like, it's there, but it hasn't grown or anything. I'll try and do a little bit of singing later, but I'm still a little under the weather, so we'll see how my voice goes. Well, that's what I mean, Blue. Like, even having a job at the moment is so privileged. Even being able to slightly afford housing is so privileged. Even having other people around you to rely on is so privileged. Dottie, they're doing that? That's crazy. Chat, I need a cup of tea. I might go put the kettle on. I just yawned. Because it's cold. I'm pretty sure I yawned because it's cold. Not for any other reason. I'm rich!
First song on me.
Thanks, what gone wrong? Can't fight the moonlight deep in the dark. I'm putting the kettle on. Kettle is on. Tea for chat too. I can attempt to make you a cup of tea. A metaphorical cup of tea. Here you go.
Boy!
Did you get
Hi,
it?
Polly.
Hey! Something a little easier? Hi, Polly. Pocket? What? Polly? Polly? What? Huh? What? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? Oh, Polly put the kettle on. Polly put the kettle on. Polly put the kettle on. Something or other. Then something else happened. Then something else happened. And then something else happened, but I don't know what it was. Something with the kettle on. Zumbadum bum 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 bum. I don't remember the words. I do remember the song though, weirdly. What an olden day song. I'm showing my age. I'm secretly an 80-year-old woman. And we used to sing Polly Put the Kettle On at school, clearly. Close enough. Close enough, you guys. Close enough. The kettle finished. Chat, I just thought of the funniest thing. I drink tea to feel good. I drink tea to feel good. I feel like that's a really good replacement lyric, you know what I mean? Hi, Splee. Break out the glow sticks. I have no glow sticks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. That's the funniest thing. Look, the bar is on the floor. I'm just a woman. Guys, women aren't funny, all right? You have to pretend that I'm funny, okay? You know, I'm fighting an uphill battle, okay? I don't have the one thing that makes you funny, which is, you know, a peeny weeny. Hi, Techno Dave. Welcome on in. So what is your favorite tea? Look, I'm gonna be real with you all. It's probably English breakfast. And I know this can get me cancelled because, you know, but it is. And the reason it is because it's my mom's favorite. And so it has nostalgia built in. You know, it tastes like having a cup of tea with my mom, and it will forever taste like that. So that's just, you know, the colonizer's choice. See, I just know every time I'm going to be like, ugh, she's white. Oh, she's so white. She's so white. Not the epigenetic tea preferences. The reason is valid, but you're on thin ice. Oh my God. Did you guys see the clip of Miley Cyrus saying that she did like EMDR therapy that didn't really sound like EMDR therapy, but she did EMDR therapy and she's like, I'm carrying a wound from when I was in my mother's womb. When I was just an egg in my mother's womb. And she's like, I'm carrying like trauma. And like, I truly think that it is a thing. But hearing it said out loud is interesting. And I was just trying to. You have a wound from when you were a Disney Channel star in a previous life. Oh, you're talking about Miley Cyrus, not me. I really did want to be a Disney Channel star. Like, that was my dream. I wanted to be Sharpay Evans. It's hard to believe that I couldn't see. You were always right beside me. But I was alone with no one to hold. If you told me you were an Australian version of a CBS star, I believe you. You would. Is that because I am? Oh, I thought you were gonna be like in a soap opera. Do you know what I mean? Like if I was in like Passions or something. You know, like Passions. What a fucking trip of a show. Wow, that's so surprising to hear about you. I know. I mean, not as a child, but like, you know. Coronation Street. Pix was the weird puppet in the Australian version of Bat. Oh, what a claim to fame. Chat. Have you ever thought about if you had a past life and it was like trying to break out of you in this life, what it might have been? Because I am 100% sure I was a witch. Do you know what I mean? Like, I am almost 100% sure that in a past life I was burnt at the stake. For sure. And it's just, and that continually tries to break out of me pretty constantly, you know? You had to be a Capricorn? Obviously. You were just a peasant? What's in the tea? It's just regular English breakfast tea. Absolutely, there are, Blue. Generational trauma is a real thing. Yeah, that life you were a witch. I died for philosophy in my past life. I just know it. Probably you were trying to be like, no, the world isn't flat. You have to think outside, you know? I'm writing a D&D campaign based around the Salem witch trials. Oh, that's fancy. Some like to swing from a chandelier, some from a wrecking ball. I'm definitely more of a chandelier girly, but what does that say about me? Oh my God. Am I? So also chat, I'm like almost at the end of Andor, and I do think it is the best TV I have watched in so long. Like I just binged the shit out of it. And wow. So good. So good. The different stories that all just like play out, and oh my God, I loved it. And I haven't been able to say that about a piece of like Star Wars media in a very long time. I also love Downton Abbey. Oh, then you should definitely not talk to Denims about Andor. Did she hate it? Denims and I don't really talk, so we wouldn't have to talk about it. I really liked it. I think because everything in there is so morally gray. And I think as human beings, we have a real problem with sinning with some of the morally gray decisions that are like made. No, I love the pacing and the interconnecting stories. What? I loved it. And I didn't mind that they spent so much time like focusing on like the baddies as well as the goodies, as well as the baddie goody baddies. Do you know what I mean? I really liked it. But you know, I wouldn't say I have perfect taste in anything. I enjoyed it a lot. Thanks, Blue. Thanks. Women supporting women in their already agreed upon music taste. I'm just up to the end of the second season. I don't know how it ends yet, but you are. That's why I've got to give out those Discord rows. How have I still not done that? Oh my God. It's on my to-do list. I will do it. It's just like, it's one of those tasks that I just keep forgetting exists. Wait, Downton Abbey is getting another movie? I did not know that. Yeah, yours can definitely be blue. It's been 84 years. Yes, the final. Yeah, Downton Abbey had a Christmas special and all sorts of things, right? I watched a couple of episodes with my mum the other day. She's back onto it. They do say Grey's Anatomy is the white woman's One Piece, and I see it. And I accept it. Grey's Anatomy is fucking great. Do the early seasons hold up? Not quite. They're a little pick me. But do I care? No. No, I fucking don't. It's interpersonal drama of like a fancy British family and then the servants that work for them. It's like one of those British kind of things. Psychological horror. I find the thing I find interesting about watching period pieces is the manners that everybody like inflicted on polite society, like what you were and weren't allowed to do, say, you know, the way some things would be talked about. Hi, Satan, I'm good. Thank you for checking in on me. I really appreciate it. What are we yapping about? You. We were talking about you. Does Grey's Anatomy go off on long tangents? Some characters like get episodes that it mostly focuses on them. How did this fishing go off? Oh, there it is.
This is a full-blown
What?
house deposit.
Blue!
Smixel
Blue and
free will,
Fiogo.
Smixel free will, Smixel free will.
7 months and 3 months in advance? Stop, you're my new favorite chatter. That's crazy. Thanks for believing in me for at least the next 3 months. I can carry that pressure. So fickle, I know. I'm so easily bribed.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so
55 months? Percy, that's such a long time. You're my new favorite chatter. I'm glad that was a lot of pressure. Yeah, yours didn't have to last very long. You know? You touched the glass ceiling and then, all the way back down. The way you laughed at that joke you made is frying me. What? Guys, women aren't funny. And so if we don't laugh at our own jokes, no one does. It's a coping mechanism. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, my pay-to-win stream. I never, not once have I ever recognized anyone in my chat who's never given me money. No, not once. It's not a thing that has ever happened. I pay only attention. You know when you see those cartoons with the dollar signs that come out of their eyes? That's me with recognizing people. Really? There's so many people in here who have never given me a cent and they're like fixtures in the community. Who I probably know better than some of the other chatters. Just depends. So yes, that was a giant lie. Because I'm a liar. I'm a baddie. She's a bad bitch. Who says peeny weeny. But that is pretty funny. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing more funny than calling, like, a dicky wiki or a peeny weeny. Like, that's funny. Hi, Oma. Splee, I can count on one hand. For sure. I'm joking. Everyone's entertaining. You did. You gave me like $5 because I eat hot chip and lie. Subterfuge? Subterfuge? Is that how I say that? Sabotage? What? What's that? Deception and evil schemes. This is outrageous. Or is it fun? Is it spicy? Is it everything that you've been looking for? Do you know what I mean? You know? Hot chip sounds like a great idea.
Chip and Lie Fund are manifesting opulence step in the economy.
Stop. Oh my God. Chat, I don't know why, but receiving $5, wow. I do feel kind of opulent. I'm not going to lie. I do. I feel very opulent. No, I don't. Not yet, I don't. No, something has to be said. No, nothing has to be said. That'll get me cancelled. It was like the opposite of homophobia. Never mind. I can't say it. I'll get cancelled. Yes, thank you for the nail, Blue. I'm so grateful. Subterfuge, deceit in order to achieve one's goal. See, never hates. The problem is I don't really have a goal. You know? I mean, my goal is to be entertaining and funny and trick you all into giving me $5. Sure. But there's no like real overarching goal beyond that. So the opposite of homophobia could in theory be said though. It could, Peanuts Waglord. See, I could, right? But then I'd alienate the other half of my audience who aren't queer furries. I'm not saying that Blue's a furry or that Gay Elephant is a furry, but do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to alienate the other half. What if there are normies in here? I want to alienate the normies. We can't do that. Okay? Hetero furries? That's true. They really lack in representation. I hear the normies have money. I know, that's why how do I advertise to normies? Cleavage. Yeah, I know. Can't you just be like, wow, this girl looks hot and brown. Here's $5. We can and do. Hi, Buddha. The normies can probably take it a little. The rest of society is arranged for their convenience. Look, chat, I probably, I'm normal. No, I'm normal. Wait, I can sell this. I'm normal.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Wait, there are people here who aren't
Guppy.
normal? I thought this was normal person stream.
Yeah, you're all really normal, okay? Enjoy your can. That's a real normal person thing to fish, Guppy, 53 months later. Hi, Daz.
Boy!
Wow, this girl looks hot and brown. Here's $5.
Right! See, you get it. Okay? See, that's so See? See, I don't have to have cleavage. I can still make $5. Okay, it's fine. Nothing wrong with cleavage, by the way. It's just cold, all right? I'm not going to lie. This isn't even a top. It's a thermal. And I know before you tell me thermals aren't even supposed to be warm unless you have a layer on top of them, I'm just wearing the thermal, okay? It's a thermal, which is what normal people do. Normal people wear thermal tops when it's cold, okay? Yeah, it's really cold here at the moment, Sexton. It's 11 degrees. No, normal people add thermal layers. They don't wear only thermals. I know, but I look hot and brown. It's not my fault. I feel pretty in brown. All right? Brown is a good color for me. And it's also a wisdomous color. I look like a tree. You have to listen to me. I've been here a long time. I'm grounded. I'm earthy. I'm down to earth. I'm at one with the mycelium of the mushrooms. They talk. We talk. I'm the universe. We're connected. And I'm actually quite tall and strong and sturdy. It's an image. I'm presenting an image. Your supermarket sold milk chocolate? What? That is not the brown vibe I was going for. Yeah, but Lindt? Please do not compare me to Lindt chocolate. It's not that good. A druid. Mean millions, you can stay. If I could gift you a sub, I would, because you already have one. But if I could... No, I don't do color theory. I just wear clothes. But I do think I look quite nice in brown. I honestly thought you were cosplaying Britta from Community from the Christmas Glee Club episode. Okay. I wear clothes too. Oh my god, we're twins. That's so crazy. We're twins. Let Pix sing her awkward song? Which awkward song? They're all awkward. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've set up a whole vibe here, We're rocking a whole stream vibe. It's so autumnal. Do you like my autumnal stream vibe? Chug jug with you. We're not singing that again. I don't even know where all my glasses are after the lady told me I don't actually need them. I hate to say it, but autumn was so 2 days ago. Oh my god, it's winter. Chad, I just felt the seasonal depression come over my body like a giant wave. I no longer feel like Piglet. I feel like Eeyore. I'm Eeyore. I'm Eeyore. Bye, Dan. Shut the fuck up, bro. Have you ever tried lava chicken? I have never tried lava chicken. What's lava chicken? Do you cook it in lava? Wouldn't it not survive being cooked in lava? What? Oh, it's a Minecraft movie meme. I'm sorry, Scoop Quack. I'm old and I haven't seen the Minecraft movie. I probably could be your mom. I watch the news. When I get into the car, I put the radio on. I'm currently drinking a cup of tea on a Tuesday evening. I don't know what to tell you. How is it only Tuesday? Because it's winter, it goes slowly. Nothing will change in my life for the next 3 months. I'm in hibernation. It's a downward spiral towards 0 MMR. Not the light deciding to dim on its own. No. Bring back the warmth. What happens in Australian winter? Well, all the kangaroos go into hibernation, so Australians can't get anywhere because we can't hop on our kangaroos and like hop from place to place. So because of that, what we do as Australians is we consider the kangaroo and we live like them. And so we also go into hibernation like the kangaroos do. And we just kind of like chill in our houses for 3 months, even though they're really cold inside our houses as well. Like I have to warm this one specific room. It looks warm because of the warm lighting, but it's actually freezing cold right now. And I have to warm it with my overheating PC. I just read the stream title. I may leave when we get to the subject matter of the evening. Why, Greet? Don't you want to be educated by video essays of YouTubers explaining the omegaverse to us? Don't you want to feel something, anything at all? And might that not be the love of a alpha or beta wolf? I already know more than I want to. That's really valid. Wait, why did the omegaverse get Lindsay Alice cancelled? What? I did not realize there was so much drama surrounding it. Like, what? There was a lawsuit? What? Interesting. Well, look, you've still got 45 minutes-ish of me attempting to be funny without any prompts. Cannot guarantee it will probably be boring.
This is a full-blown house
Iris!
deposit, so
Will this also cover the subgenre of Discord mods and e-kittens?
I think that's too far. Oh, the lawsuit is mentioned in our video? Okay, cool. I think that's too far. Thank you for the 42 months, Iris. Also, I I did not know, but there are some very nice cards in that deck that you build me. I'm playing it tomorrow night. So, I'll let you know if it works. I'm excited. I did all my shopping today, chat. I got groceries. I have plans for food. I had to buy a couple of expensive things, so it ended up being over $150. Usually I only try and spend like between 100 and 120 on groceries, but because there were a couple of big things that I needed, it was over. But that's how much it costs for one person at the moment. And I already had eggs, so I didn't have to buy eggs. per week. Yep. Juicy though, keep in mind in Australia, that's probably like 70 USD generally. Well, before the tariffs. You can afford eggs. Not all the time. But yeah, I have eggs right now. Still a lot. I mean, it's just really not though. Like, I got mandarins, bananas, avocado, basil, bocconcini balls, tomatoes, carrots, baby spinach, salmon. I got 2 bits of salmon, which I'll cook, and one I'll have with rice and one I'll have with salad. I got 2 tins of tuna, rice. What other food? I got gluten-free Tim Tams. Chicken nuggets for the freezer. Gluten-free ones. A loaf of bread. Pumpkin. An onion. Because I'm going to make a ginger pumpkin soup. Given a weekly shop, do you ever head down to the local discount store? Sometimes I shop at Aldi, Jess. I have onions. So I bought onions last week, so I didn't have to buy onions. I still got a red onion and a brown onion. How much was the tuna? I don't know. I think it's like $2 a can or something. Less, maybe. I'd have to look at the receipt. I'd have to look at the receipt. It's whatever tuna is on at Coles. I went to Coles today, so. I buy chopped frozen onions. I think anything pre-chopped has less flavor. How much would that be USD? Maybe like $1. I don't know. I don't know what the conversion is right now, but they're only like little tins. They're like this big. Per week for one, that's depressing. Are we talking about global inflation again? I mean, yeah, cost of living's pretty fucked. But, oh well, doesn't matter. I'm going to make a stir fry as well. I got veggies for a stir fry. Just like one of those frozen things. And I've got rice noodles, and I was thinking about doing it with like the Malaysian curry sauce that I have. And then I was going to put coconut milk in and just make it like a coconut milk laksa stir fry with noodles soup thing. That isn't really a soup, but just like a... Do you know what I mean? I think it could work. All right? Hear me out. I feel like it could be okay. That's why I try broke to not overspend. Like, the only thing that went off in my fridge were beans from the last shop. Oh, and it was 2 shops ago because I didn't use them. I just didn't want them. That was the only thing that went off. Pixel is doing well on her codeine. She's had codeine for 2 days just to give her cough a bit of a rest. And I think it's helped her a lot. I actually have canned sardines in the cupboard, Khaled. I don't have any pasta though. But I was thinking about maybe having sardines on toast at one point. Cause I have a tin of sardines in the cupboard. They've been there for a while. I used to have a local vegetable market. I'm yet to find a new one. I'll have to look into the community or whatever and see if there is one. But yeah, farmers markets are good, but farmers markets are good for sustainability, but they're also sometimes just not that cheap. Some farmers markets are just really expensive. I don't know if you've experienced this, but like some farmers markets are just expensive. So I wouldn't buy all of my stuff from the farmers market because, again, expensive. Hi, Creepy. It's not like you're going somewhere where it's cheaper. Your produce tastes so much better though. I mean, I agree. It's because it's fresher most of the time, right? Yeah, it doesn't work like that here. It's kind of a bit yuppie here, Blue. Like it works in the way where it's like it's for people who have time on a Saturday morning to go shopping. I didn't know eggs were supposed to be orange. Yeah, American bright yellow eggs were the biggest culture shock of my life when I was there. Like your eggs look funky, like they've been injected with bleach. It so weird, like the bright yellow yolk. I mean maybe it's normal for you guys, but it's so the eggs do not look like that here. Like I'll crack an egg for you one day, guys, and I'll show you. Yes, beautiful, beautiful corn. American corn, everything corn. We love corn. Farmers market here is actual farmers bringing a bunch of produce on styrofoam trays mounted on bicycles and cycling down to the metro station to sell them and cycling away if the cops
30
come.
months
Lol.
watching the coolest, most thoughtful, most melodic streamer who streams while I'm awake. Here's to 30 more.
Stop, that's so nice. Ah, Blasphemous, thank you for the 30 months. That's so nice. That streams while I'm awake. I see the caveat. Do all the best streamers stream while you're asleep? I see how it is. I am performing a service. Somebody said to me the other day they couldn't believe I make a living streaming at this time. And I was like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. This time on Twitch is like not good for money because there are no, offense, Americans generally awake. And that is most of the Twitch audience. And there's not that much of a Twitch audience. It's quite low. And they were like, that's crazy that you've been streaming that time for so long and making a living. And I'm like, I know. That's so crazy. Never change or quit my job. I try and keep it pretty balanced. Like I try and do some like day streams here and there for people and stuff, you know? But yeah, it's kind of wild. Like you look at the statistics and this time of night is like the least amount of subs, the least amount of support because everybody is asleep. You should see, like, if you catch the American audience when everyone starts in the morning, when all the regulars start in the morning, you'll see they make a lot more. I'm East Coast US and I never sleep, so it's great to be able to find someone. Aww. Night, Mr. Malachi. Become one with the sleeping Americans. There's a natural protective layer over eggs apart from the shell. Yes. I do. I get the late night owls. To be fair, I haven't found a better streamer during daytime either, but I didn't want to start an argument about the subjectivity of best. Wow. We could all just agree that I am the best, and then there would have to be like no conversation about subjectivity, and I could just be like, oh my God, chat, you're so objective. Oh my God, I just knew you were objective truthers. Do you know what I mean? Like you see the objective truth. There is no subjectivity here. No, 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 no. No. Yeah, but like sometimes staying up late at night is the vibe. You know? I love staying up at night. I am a night owl. Please don't pander to me. My constitution isn't used to it. It's okay. I'm just trying to fix everyone just a little bit. You know? Clearly blue. But unfortunately, for some reason, my audience in like Latin America is not like huge. For some reason. Blue, wouldn't I get... not me. I would get done. Guys, I've seen everything come out of the pond today except a fucking fish. A can, a traffic cone. Where are all the fucking fish today? Not one coming out of the pond at all. We've reached extinction. Oh, you got a shark? We've overfished the pond. Hi, Bloka. Turns out we were magnet fishing the whole time. You could have done so much better. I mean, honestly, I've kind of got the ick now. Like, I pitch you all, and none of you are holding up a fish. Like, providers? Do you know what I mean? Like, sure, maybe Tasty's there holding up a shark. But the rest of you? Holding a can? No, fish picks are not icky. Fish picks are the one true way to a woman's soul. You know, there's so many reasons a woman would look at a man holding a fish and be like, yes, yeah, sure. At the start, it's like, wow, provider. But then you're like, was he taught to fish by Jesus? Do you know what I mean? Therefore, like a real godly man. And that's so attractive, you know? And then, and then the omega-3s alone. Why do I feel like I'm about to get like called out by myself and my ever-changing opinions? Just confused Tasty for Tiny. I understand both my mods have T names, but try not to get them confused. They don't like that. One of them is an elephant, the other one is a dinosaur. Oh. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Did I mix you guys up again? Oh my god, I am so crazy like that. Oops. Well, she definitely says the F word. Literally can't keep anything straight, not losing my mind. I am losing my mind. Honestly, I feel it going every day a little bit more as I descend into madness. Like, I do wonder if I'm one of those people who's very predisposed to psychosis. And imagine, like, because, I do sit here sometimes pretending I'm God, and that is a delusion of grandeur, and that is a symptom of psychosis. And then somebody one day might be like, she talks about being God on the internet, not knowing it's a joke. And then maybe, I don't even know it's a joke. And then I'm like, I'm actually God. And then I get put away in an asylum. Are we concerned? Well, at least you might have food and housing there. True. It's not a delusion if it's true. So right. It's not a delusion if it's true. Fixed. Chat, if you could be anything in the world, what would you be? And you can't steal mine because mine's obviously God, but you can't steal mine. There's only room for one God around. Batman? A turtle. Because you would have housing, like confirmed housing for your whole life. That's kind of based. Super God. God is a woman in brown. God is a woman. Born a woman? Yeah, valid. You think that. There's pros and cons. All. But I get it. Just so you know. I do understand. Because as Meredith Grey the cat. Oh God, what a dream life. A peasant worker but God in secret. No, that's me. Oh my God, Trey. Absolute, you are so far off the deep end. You need to have a goal higher than the coffee. Taylor's cats probably have more meat in their diet than I do. Yeah. Yep. They probably get like princess meals. I guess if I can't be God, how about a Jedi? I mean, Jedi probably works for some people. Oh, of course, they have private chefs. Like, I love how Taylor loves baking cookies, but you just know she has a private chef most of the time. Do you know what I mean? You just know that woman is eating so good every fucking day. She's not having rice and tuna. You know? That's not a thing that's happening. Do you know the kind of stuff that I found out that you can pay for when you're rich is kind of crazy? Like, people pay people to like pack up their whole house. People pay people to pack for holidays, organize holidays, so they just show up on the holiday, but like their suitcases are packed. They don't even have to pack or plan or do anything. Like, they just show up. Like, their whole suitcase, their outfits are all picked, toothbrush, makeup, everything, it's just there. Like, yeah, everything is delegated. You outsource packing to chat? What? No, I packed a lot of my shit myself. No, I don't know if I would want to get to the point where I outsource that much of my life. That's a little more even, Trier. For trips, I mean you always pack on stream and depend on chat to get everything correct. I do that because I feel like it's fun for you guys. Is it not? I thought people liked my packing streams. I'm not trying to, scam free labor. I'm trying to be entertaining. Yeah, you mean like Peter Dutton, Detective Tato? How much is a loaf of bread right now? How much is a carton of eggs right now? $4? No, it's actually $7, Peter Dutton. My idea of entertainment is going grocery shopping. So yeah, I like packing streams. I don't know, bananas can be expensive, can't they? Not too expensive. But... All right, chat, shall we hit the floor running? The history and biology of the omegaverse. how you feeling. Are you ready? I want to see some hype in the chat, all right? This was once an educational stream. And to be fair, it still is. It's just, you know, there's a wide breadth of information that you guys need to know to be able to engage with society. All right? That's just... And that's the way it is. That's the way it is. And that's the way it is. And that's the way it is. And that's the... So don't give up on your faith. Love comes to those who believe in alphas and omegas.
Hello friends. The topic of this video is omegaverse. But today we are specifically going to be talking about the biology behind this genre, as well as the story of where a lot of these ideas came from.
There's no need to be embarrassed about it, Mr. Spock. It happens to the birds and the bees.
Now, if you are video essay gremlins, you probably know about omegaverse thanks to these two Lindsay Ellis videos from a couple of years ago.
I do not. I never watched them.
For those of you sitting there asking, what is omegaverse? I am accepting the responsibility of being the one who tells you. How to describe omegaverse.
Why do I feel like brave?
So it's like a fantasy, erotica, romance genre originating from fan fiction but making its way into published work these days. Defined by like an alternative human biology that is loosely based on wolf pseudoscience. Sherlock has infiltrated a school of alphas and betas, posing as a chemistry professor for a case. John is a beta student at the school, or so he thinks, until the day he presents as an omega in Sherlock's class. In Georgian England, male
Wait, you go from beta to omega? What? How? When? Who? What?
omegas are very rare diamonds. Baron and Baroness Graham have a plan to build their wealth and social status by offering their son Will's hand in marriage to a mysterious older duke, an alpha named Lord Hannibal Lecter. Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson might not be the alpha he says he is, and no one ever needs to find out about that. The thing is, they do. John can't seem to get pregnant. After every heat is a big disappointment, but they keep trying. Sherlock starts to blame himself and his past drug use as the reason he can't get John pregnant. Will Graham has hidden his omega status using heat suppressants, and it's worked out well for him so far. He's managed to secure a job teaching at the FBI Academy. Although the alphas he works with find him kind of small and jumpy, the nature of his job keeps anyone from guessing his status as an omega. Until he goes into heat at a
Why are we hiding the omega status? I need to know.
crime scene. In addition to being assigned male or female at birth, everyone is also assigned alpha, beta, or omega based on biological characteristics. Hence why omegaverse is sometimes also called ABO or ABO dynamics. Alphas are larger, aggressive, and have giant. An alpha in the vicinity of an omega in heat cannot control himself. He must have the omega, bond with them, and own them. When they send an omega in heat, alphas are literally unable to help themselves, driven by a biological imperative to mate with the omega. Omegas are smaller, not as aggressive, and can be impregnated. When an omega will go into heat, during which time they have little, if any, control of their actions, omegas have a biological imperative to be bred, and want giant that the alpha is.
What? What? Wait, so it's like a breeding kink with the... What? Guys.
Offering any alpha. Many universes have omegas banned from many jobs, such as the military. They also frequently suffer from second-class legal and social status. Insert any terrible legal, social, or workplace thing that women face, and you have the standard omega. Then there's betas, which are basically just normal people. They might want to mate with alphas or omegas, but they don't really have any of the special characteristics of either. Some authors choose not to have any betas and just have the entire population be alphas.
Not the beta erasure. Chad! Oh my god, you'd all be disappeared. Was that offensive? What is the beta erasure?
Or omegas. The most popular choice by far, though, is to make like 90% of the population betas, and then just a special small percentage of people have wolf penises or whatever. Some stories choose to have alphas and omegas be like 1% of the population.
Oh,
or
so
smaller, and have them
special.
live in secret, similar to other fantasy creatures. The whole rest of the setting also vary up to a writer's individual preferences. You can have gritty dystopia omegaverse, you can have fantasy omegaverse, regular 21st century omegaverse, but the characters are also in the mafia. Like, literally, whatever you want. There are 36 potential pregnancy options between the characters in an omegaverse.
What? 36 pregnancy options? What? What?
I've put them into a handy chart.
Huh? What?
The impregnated person who will be carrying the child in the chosen uterus equivalent or just plain uterus.
Hold on. I need to, wait. So, impregnated, alpha female, maybe. Alpha male, yes. Beta female, no. Beta male, maybe. Omega female, no. Omega male, maybe. Wait, so you can have omega males that get impregnated. Oh, okay. But what? Huh? What? I don't, what? Mpreg is a huge subsection? Oh, okay.
Is on the left. The columns represent the potential impregnator/sperm provider. As an example, beta females almost never impregnate anyone. Male alphas...
Oh. So 2 alpha females, one of them can get pregnant? An alpha female and an alpha male, yes. An alpha female and a beta female, no. Wow, that's not very... Well, okay. Right.
impregnate anyone who has the uterus to be impregnated. Nora Bombay clarifies that the source of this data is AO3 fix that they've analyzed, and that it excludes any possible transgenders that might exist in Omegaverse. These are just the 36 possible pregnancy options between the cisgenders of Omegaverse. And then, of course, there will always be individual authors who decide to completely ignore the conventions and impregnate their alpha males anyway. Now, because...
I love sentences. The English language is a beautiful thing. Impregnate the alpha males anyway. Happy Tuesday, everyone. What a great day to be alive. Hi, Sayogi One. Welcome.
Alpha and omega mating is very driven by uncontrollable instincts and overwhelming hormones. It doesn't always align very well with our own values around consent. Can an omega in heat meaningfully consent? Probably no. Is a hormone-crazed, rampaging alpha entitled to sex from unwilling partners? Definitely no. Due to this, a lot of early Omegaverse
I'm sorry, I'm pausing Andrea World Gone Wrong. If you've never watched me watch a video before, I have a lot of opinions, and unfortunately, they must be shared with the world. I think this sort of fan fiction says really interesting things about like the human relationship with consent, because I think this whole idea of like being so overwhelmed that you can't help yourself or around one another or stuff like that, I feel like that sometimes plays into a lot of people's fantasies, and like in this universe it provides like a structure for that to be okay. Whether or not it is or not, I have no opinions, but I find it really interesting because I find like a lot of like fan fiction provide frameworks to that sort of thing.
Content, and still some to this day, falls into the category of dubcon or dubious consent. That alone, before we even get to the wolf penises, is enough to put off a lot of potential readers. The catastrophic containment breach, which introduced Omegaverse to a lot of non-fanfiction reading audiences, was of course the lawsuit that happened a couple of years ago. In a post-E.L. James world, anything is possible. We've seen all kinds of fanfictions have the serial numbers filed off and be traditionally published. That includes Addison Cain's 2016 novel Born to be Bound. In 2018, Addison Cain accused another author, Zoe Ellis, who had also published her Omegaverse work, of plagiarism. Obviously, you cannot copyright a genre. You can't copyright the typical conventions of an Omegaverse story any more than you can copyright bad boy rides motorcycle or detective searches for clues. Like, those are kind of just things that people expect in some stories. But Addison Kane wasn't actually claiming to have invented Omegaverse or to own Omegaverse. She was claiming specifically to have invented and own heterosexual Omegaverse. In fact, she actually targeted multiple authors who published works of het Omegaverse. She didn't invent straight Omegaverse, by the way. She didn't win the lawsuit either. The sex scenes from Kane's book, which are well known on YouTube because
I actually invented heteronormative sex. That was me. Okay. The starfish is copyrighted by me. And if you use it, I will sue you. Clearly. What? That's so fucking weird. What?
of the Lindsay Ellis video with the dramatic readings of them. They're obviously very violent. They're very unpleasant to the majority of readers. They're easy to make fun of if you're not, like, outright disgusted or triggered by that sort of content. It's easy to read that and be like, oh, okay, so Omegaverse is like garbage. It's badly written. It's ethically the worst. It's irredeemable in every way. Haha, wolf penises, though. People are crazy, am I right? Omegaverse is not a monolith. The books involved in the famous Omegaverse lawsuit are not representative of all or even most of it. I promise you, there are Omegaverse rabbit holes that you cannot even begin to fathom yet.
Take us down, take us down, take us down.
You know who spent this week cooking their brain in an Omegaverse stew?
You did.
It's me.
Yes.
It's this freak. And I think it is very worth doing a deep dive on the origins of this genre, the ideas behind it, as well as all of the implications of it that can be played with by a good writer. I will ask you, YouTube viewer, to put aside your prejudices against Omegaverse for just a moment. Put them aside to a shelf. I'm going to deconstruct them, and then I'm going to teach you about Omegaverse, and then I'm going to give you even new, better prejudices to have against it. Not really. Maybe. Ultimately, you can take what this video from you want. However, before we get into it, I've also got to tell you a little bit about this video's sponsor, Raycon. Do you happen to be looking for some last-minute Christmas gift ideas right now? Well, why
Are
not
these the headphones?
get your human something that they will use
Yeah, they
every
are.
single day of their life? Raycon's
These
Everyday
ads, they've
Earbuds
worked
have
on
tens
me.
of thousands of 5-star reviews online, and their latest model is better than ever with a 32-hour battery life, a quick charge function which gives you 90 minutes of battery life in just 10 minutes of charging. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds also come with active noise cancellation, so
Don't
you
mind
can
me.
completely tune out the world. Noise cancellation is also a feature that can be hard to come by at a reasonable price point, and Raycons are very reasonably priced. Their quality rivals some of the biggest names in audio, but they start at around half of the price as the bigger brands. Until now, I did not own wireless earbuds at all. I was dragging my corded over-ear headphones around everywhere with me, and as much as I love them, they are bulky, so I'm very glad to have something now that is so tiny and convenient. I also love this protective cover case. It'll definitely help stop these from getting scratched up at the bottom of your bag. If you're planning on getting these as a holiday gift for someone who maybe needed a little bit of an upgrade like me, then now is the time to do so. The 15th is the cutoff date to order them so that they'll arrive before Christmas. So if you're interested, head over to buyraycon.com/strangeeons to save big during the holidays. They're offering up to 25% off of everything site-wide when you head over to buyraycon.com/strangeeons. Thank you again to Raycon for sponsoring this video, and now I return you to said video.
Has to do with biology.
Because bodies in Omegaverse stories are so different from our own, a lot of fanfiction writers will put out basically guides or textbooks to accompany their fanfiction so that readers will be aware, like, what rules
Science?
they're operating with, because they do slightly differ between every work. You can find a lot of these sort of Omegaverse guides out there. Some of them claim to be guides to Omegaverse as a whole, some of them just claim to relate to the author's own work. I will be primarily quoting from one by AO3 user Nora Bombay because I think it's very thorough while also acknowledging that there is room for things to be interpreted in different ways or changed by individual authors, and it's also fucking hilarious. So it's really good. Also quoted by multiple academic articles on Omegaverse and also hilarious. So 10 out of 10. Let's Let's enjoy. The idea of a mating/heat cycle is key to understanding any omegaverse fic. Indeed, it is the defining characteristic. Characters who are omegas go into some sort of mating cycle or heat. This heat can occur as often as monthly, as human menstrual cycles do, or as rarely as every 5 years. Heat frequency is entirely determined by the author. The universal characteristic of each heat cycle is that the omega really needs to have sex with someone, and the omega must be the receptive partner. Now, the omega has conveniently been provided with a self-lubricating to enable this activity. Heats can also be triggered by such things as soul bonding in alpha, forgetting to take the needed pill, or being surrounded by too many alpha hormones. Think of any
Not being surrounded by the alpha hormones.
terrible story you've read about random periods starting, and that can be found in a fic. In fact, omegas in heat produce such large quantities of orifice fluids, in universe referred to as slick, that some writers incorporate like an equivalent of menstrual products almost to absorb these fluids. Many worlds feature some kind of workplace discrimination against omegas, but when omegas are employed, they require heat leave. As one Tumblr user very observantly wrote, "Dude, omegaverse AUs are low-key insanely sex positive because 90% of everything revolves around sex and everyone is completely fine with it. Like imagine taking a week off of work to get railed to hell and back and your coworkers being 100% okay with it. There's no gossip or drama or anything. Just Mark from HR getting his guts rearranged nonstop Tuesday through Saturday and coming back to work on Monday with a fresh bite mark on his neck and meeting his colleagues for lunch like nothing happened. What a life." During the heat, omegas will issue hormones that serve as a siren call to all of the alphas and some of the betas in the area. These hormones are considered a public health hazard. This immediate pre-heat period, where the omega is throwing off huge quantities of pheromones that attract everyone in a set geographical vicinity, is the period of the most danger. The omega hopefully is able to get to a home or hotel where they will lock themselves in for the duration of the heat. Heat usually lasts from 3 to 5 days. Most of this time is spent having sex. Even if the omega immediately starts having sex with the alpha at the beginning of the heat, they are still locked into sex for the next several days. Once mated, there is a high likelihood that the omega will become pregnant. Depending on the universe, hormonal birth control and or heat suppressants will be available. The equivalent—
Wait, that, how long? What? What? What?
cycle in alphas is called rut. Alphas in rut are interested in nothing other than sex with the omega, and will violently defend the omega from any perceived slights or dangers. Mpreg is short for male pregnancy, colloquially known as ass babies. Don't ask too many questions about the exact genital and orifice structure of the pregnant character. That being said, others have defined exactly how the orifice structure, as well as the reproductive systems of everyone in this universe might look. How would an entrance to a uterus that is also in the rectum, here's one helpful anatomy diagram that tries—
Elon was so excited to finally reveal the truth of Project 2025 to the world. Everything was falling into place. Until Donald went into heat in the middle of a press conference.
No, don't. No, Rule 34, you know that already exists, Anon, you know. Omega male reproductive system. Bladder. What? Cloacal flap? What do you mean there's a cloacal flap? What? What? We need to move on.
to explain how all of this might work. As you can see, the male omega does indeed have some sort of a connection, some sort of an ill-defined connection in this area. The female alpha has something that might work like a retractable penis. And what is that?
Wait, what? I don't... Damn. Okay. All right. This is some.
Knotting is the development of a knot at the base of the alpha's penis, which causes the alpha to lock into the omega. This results in a much higher chance of pregnancy. It is based on the anatomy of dogs and wolves. Apparently, knotting, in which the two characters are locked together, can last from anywhere from 10 minutes to hours at a time. Once the alpha and omega are knotted, there is nothing they can do but wait it out. Knotting is usually the trigger for any type of permanent soul bond. Knotting the omega is what makes it count. It is not advised that you Google the animal origins of knotting. However, there are many entrepreneurial organizations that will be happy to sell you adult entertainment devices with knots. It is still advised you do not Google. Scents. Oh my god, thank god this video isn't sponsored by Scentbird. Everyone in the Omegaverse has an excellent sense of smell, one that is able to pick up really specific scents. Frequently, characters are able to tell alpha, beta, omega status, if an omega is pregnant, if heat is occurring, pair bond status, and who the person is pair bonded to. Scents can linger and spread. During a heat, the omega pheromones can go from across the room to across a house to across a city. Scenting. Behavior in which partners rub each other to transfer their scent most frequently happens in the context of nuzzling the neck, may or may not be sexual. Think of what cats do to leave their scent on humans. Add some and you're good to go. Scenting is also sometimes called marking and can involve more or less biting, once again, depending on the writer. Pheromones. In real science, they are, quote unquote, a secreted or excreted chemical factor that triggers a social response in members of the same species. Or so Wikipedia will have us believe. Some writers tend to treat pheromones more like an ill-defined magical force more than like any real example in nature. Obviously, if you're like attracting all the alphas in the city, that's power. That's powerful. The plots of Omegaverse fics also very often revolve around omegas trying to hide their status as omegas to fit into a society that discriminates against them. It has them using all kinds of scent masking products.
Oh my god.
Soaps, perfumes, medications, spells, depending on your world building. Another handy thing available to both alphas and omegas is suppressants. An omega on suppressants will not go into heat. An alpha on suppressants will be able to resist the lure of a heat-crazed omega. If the suppressants do not entirely prevent the heat process, they dull urgency and desire to mate. Most commonly, an omega is the one on suppressants. For omegas in the military, serving as secret agents, or in space as astronauts, or working in another tightly controlled environment, suppressants are often mandatory. In universes with soul bonding, sex during the mating period will cement the bond between the omega and the partner. This bond can be for life, or it can be broken by some sort of Omegaverse hormonal divorce. Omegaverse can feature many variations on
Hormonal divorce.
Being bonded, soul bonded, mated for life, that kind of thing. You can have
Omegaverse? Not in my backyard.
That joke really only carries if you know that the knot was spelt K-N-O-T. Very good.
soulmates who are fated to be together, who have like matching birthmarks or something. You can have soul bonds, which can entail some kind of sensing each other's emotions or being super in tune with each other. Any sort of like supernaturally deep bond that may be a little bit werewolfy. Some writers will also choose to model their characters' social dynamics around wolf packs. The appeal of this is more often like a friendship and found family type of thing than a sexual thing. And our helpful Omegaverse anthropologist Nora Bombay also provides a helpful yet stern sit down about world building with some writers who may be reading this. Ask yourself these questions. Would this setup result in a 100% death rate in the absence of modern medicine? So, immediate call out for people who are writing worlds where male omegas can only give birth via C-section, which is some of them. Basically, for your world building not to piss people off with how illogical it is, you're going to have to consider the fact that male omegas prior to the 20th century were going to face every difficulty that women did in giving birth, and like maybe even some extra ones given how impractical their anatomy seems. That being said, if your only intention is to write like 2,000 words of porn and then unleash it onto AO3, go crazy, no one cares about your world building. Another thing that you have to consider very closely is the
Chat, you know how I was saying that I wasn't sure if I had a new dream? Maybe I could write fan fiction. Maybe I could write fan fiction. You know, maybe this is my new dream. I could write fan fiction and be like I could write the next Twilight.
Proportion of the population that you want to make alphas, omegas, and betas, because that is going to hugely impact the rest of your world building. Would your choices correlate to stable human population growth throughout all of history? Could it result in a beta uprising? Could it result in alphas taking over society? Oh, and male omegas are probably going to need to lactate also, because given, again, the whole historical infant mortality thing. Oh, because I'm talking about male lactation. We're having fun here. If you say that your world contains an equal amount betas, alphas, and omegas in the population versus alphas and omegas only being like 10% or 1% or whatever percent of the population, those are all going to be very different societies. 5 to 15% of the total population, alpha and omega.
So many considerations, really.
Omega people would probably resemble the demographics of the modern-day Western LGBT population. You have a large enough group that the secret ass babies will not be so astonishingly secret. There will be specialty retail establishments meeting all of the heat, nodding, and cleanup.
I'm not sure how I feel about secret ass babies as a term. But here we are.
Related needs of alpha omega families. You are going to have retail and catalog establishments. Alphas need to be able to purchase pants with room for their enormous genitals, and specialty supportive undergarments to prevent them from looking like John Hamm on a dog walking expedition. Omega males will have stores specializing in heat relief products, aka giant nodding sex toys, and paternity maternity wear. Given the theoretical high fertility of the omega, investing in a high quality pregnancy wardrobe makes sense. Everyone will have that alpha omega cousin, the alpha omega sister, or the urban legend type story of that guy they went to high school with who didn't know he was an omega until he gave birth in the bathroom on prom night. There is, of course, also huge variation in the way that regular human cultures in the world treat sex and relationships. What are the different cultural norms in Omegaverse? What ABO status were major religious figures? Did Chris...
Guys, one day, when the world ends, and maybe all of the books are destroyed, and maybe this is the only book left, what if they think it's real? Omegaverse Biology 101. This is the only book left. This will be some future culture's Lord of the Rings.
Christianity trade the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit for the Alpha, the Omega, and the Beta. How do the Dutch feel about ass babies? How do the Argentinians? Do alphas and omegas run stronger in some ethnic groups than others? So maybe like 30% of the Chinese population in diaspora are alpha and omega, but only 3% of the Nigerian? Did the Greeks worship the gigantic alpha phallus? Of course they did.
Asking the real questions.
Jane Austen, mousy beta spinster, wrote epic comedies of manners about the lives of Regency-era omegas who were to make good bonds and save the family fortunes. Nora Bombay also poses questions like, for how much of their lives are male omegas able to give birth? We know they go through puberty around the same age as everyone else, but is there an omega pause similar to menopause? Are there new sexual taboos? A world where 25% of men have uteruses, or 25% of women are capable of impregnating other women, is going to probably develop some new codes of behavior. Is there a societal preference for relationships that are at least theoretically fertile, or for ones that aren't? What is considered genitals, and what do they look like? Does an ass that can produce ass babies look different from one that can't? Does the alpha female have something visibly different from the omega? Do people have special underwear? Is there a taboo against omega men going out topless? Consider it carefully. Porn is on the line. Oh my god, how many bathrooms are there? Some with backgrounds in biology have even taken a stab at trying to theorize what genetics might look like, what chromosomes they might have. Like, could you come up with a genetic explanation for why the population is divided into whatever percent betas, omegas, alphas? ABO fics generally agree that alphans and omegas are skewed towards the rare side of things, while betas are more numerous. If this is the case, obviously sex determination is not being determined equally across all three sexes. Most fics don't appear to have 1/3 equal distribution. The world seemed to break down into a majority of betas, a smaller number of alphas, and very few omegas. Unless it's an alpha world or there's some kind of crazy post-apocalyptic omega breeding camp going on, but that's another story. Most explanations I've seen for this
feel like I could write real good smut in this genre. For sure. Do you know what I mean? Like the whole secret Amiga thing, we could definitely work with that.
Try to account for all possible chromosome combinations resulting in live births. In fact, alphas are less numerous than betas, but are apparently hyperfertile freaks, so it doesn't make sense for the population distribution. Alphas would just mate with everyone and either get 50% alphas or 100% alphas. There are people who are into omegaverse, for the porn, for the wolf penises. But I promise you, there are also people who are into omegaverse, purely to overanalyze world building. Either the scents associated with biological sex are exceedingly obvious, or ABO creatures have a very highly developed vomeronasal organ, accessory olfactory system, and accessory olfactory...
For the microwave, love you, XOXO.
Oh, Bones, thank you for the 80 months. For my new microwave tomorrow. Very excited. Yep, gotta go buy that. I did see that you messaged me one that I can get as well. I'm sorry, I'm just really busy educating my stream on really important educational topics. So we're just gonna get straight back into that.
bulb. If the scents associated with biological sex are so obvious that anyone walking down the street gets hit with them, it would probably be a lot harder for all those magic scent blocking soaps and shampoos to work without causing their own problems. However, most everyone agrees soaps and shampoos are mild or neutral smelling and usually work except for when plot devices happen. That means the more likely answer is the highly developed vomeronasal organ. The vomeronasal organ is the space between the nose and the mouth. This could have some interesting implications on brain freeze in ABO worlds. Interesting aside, development of the vomeronasal organ is apparently tied to testosterone to some degree, so alphas would likely have better developed organs, which makes that tracking down an omega in heat from 2 towns over trope a little more believable.
Two towns over, friends.
You think Omegaverse acknowledges COVID-19 and the generation of people who will permanently lose their sense of smell? Like, how are they all scenting each other now? Is the Omegaverse economy in shambles? Actually, pheromone sensing works differently from normal olfaction. Since humans in our world don't have a functioning vomeronasal organ, VNO, we don't have any data on how COVID-19 would affect a functioning VNO in Omegaverse AUs. Actually, there is evidence that COVID probably would affect the VNO, and it stands to reason would accordingly impair its function. Apparently there were multiple animal studies that showed an effect on the VNO. It stands to reason that Omegaverse individuals have functioning VNOs similar to members of the animal kingdom, then it is more than reasonable to conclude that COVID may cause them to lose not only their main olfactory function, but also their VNO function as well. With references.
Oh my god. The COVID stories would be so crazy in this fictional world.
Conclusion, the Omegaverse economy is in shambles. But how did such an idea as Omegaverse come about in the first place? Because when you think about it, what is the link between wolf themes and Mpreg? Like, why would those things go together? The short answer is one ingenious supernatural fandom kink community on LiveJournal in 2010, but the short answer cannot possibly be the full answer, right? The short answer is unsatisfying to me. No matter how many times I've heard it. I have wondered to myself before, where the hell did Omegaverse come from? And people always tell me, oh, you know, it came from the supernatural fandom in 2010. And I'm not satisfied with that answer. Because there is no way that Pawn Far is innocent in this matter.
It is the Pawn Far. Time of mating.
If something incomprehensible is happening in fandom,
Star Trek?
It's almost certainly Star Trek's fault.
There are precedents in nature, Captain. Salmon. They must
Everything goes back to Star Trek. It's like it's a rule.
return to that one stream.
But you're not a fish, Mr. Spock. You're...
No. Nor am I a man.
We're able to pinpoint pretty much the exact origin of Omegaverse thanks to a 2013 investigation by AO3 user Netweight. There are multiple problems with trying to track down how all of it happened that arise from sheer quantity of information to take into account, and the virtually impossible task to qualitatively analyze all of it, the transient nature of a good part of that information, this being fandom. Sometimes things are just taken down, and that information is lost, or at least directly unverifiable, and the bias inherent in any retelling. So this is by no means an exhaustive or unbiased narrative. It's most certainly incomplete and partial. I've tried to include as much factual data as I could. And that is honestly the best any of us can do when it comes to topics of fandom history, internet archaeology. I think this was a valiant effort on NetWeight's part, and it is so valuable now because it was possible for them to do in 2013. Whereas if I were to try and figure out what the original Omegaverse fix were from scratch in 2024, that would just not be possible. Archive your online communities, kids, because 11 years from now, some weird amateur fandom historian might thank you. As
Chat, do you think we'll ever be the topic of a documentary, and will it be kind towards us? Probably not. It'll be like, this fucking bitch. This fucking bitch. Oh my god, it's true. If we ever got really famous and did buy a castle, the documentary would write itself. I would probably get cancelled, right? For something. But like, yeah, I guess if we became like a global cult, like maybe people would do research on us. Tasty could make a lot of money with the archives. Do you know what I mean? Like, how did this woman become a god? And it's just clips of me spilling stuff and saying stupid things.
NetWeight explains, supernatural fandom was, right out of the gates, operating at a level of depravity more than most. In the beginning, the only recurring characters on the show really were Sam and Dean, who were brothers. The formula for every episode was basically Sam and Dean roll up to a new small American town in their very cool car, and there's some like hot single mom who hits on Dean, usually Dean. But sometimes Sam, and then ooh, there's a goo of some sort that they have to investigate. Like, that's the show. Castiel doesn't show up until like season 5, so there are no shipping options for the fandom really, except for the brothers. Being opposed to incest, many members of the fandom decided to instead ship the actors who portray them, and generally these fanfictions revolved around Jensen Ackles and Jared Padalecki being actors on the show Supernatural and then having like some behind the scenes romance. Your most
What?
vanilla milk options upon entering the fandom were incest or RPF, which both were and are very controversial, although now very closely associated with Tumblr. Supernatural fandom began on LiveJournal and was like mostly centralized on LiveJournal for the first couple of years. Around 2009, something called kink memes began to appear. According to TV Tropes, a kink meme is where a user, usually anonymously, though the rules on this differ between kink memes, post a pairing and a kink, or some kind of basic plot setup, or some other stipulation, and another user then anonymously fills this request with either a piece of fan art or fanfic. A meme on LiveJournal did not necessarily have to be kink. There were various memes, obviously using the word meme in a very different sense than we use the word meme on the internet today. Basically, they were these communities where people would post creative prompts, and then other people would fulfill those prompts. And pretty much nothing was off limits in the Supernatural kink memes. Like I said, they were already breaking a number of big taboos in fandom merely by existing. NetWeight's analysis of fanfictions in the Supernatural kink meme reveal that tags like mpreg, werewolf, and alpha were all present from basically the inception of the community. All of the elements of Omegaverse predate Omegaverse. Omegaverse is like a super hulock of pre-existing fanfiction tropes. The Vulcan mating cycle of Ponfar became an obvious tool for Kirk Spock fanfiction writers to use. It became so popular that it wound up being co-opted by other fandoms that didn't have any canonical reference for characters going into heat, and it evolved into a trope known as fuck or die. The fuck or die trope involves some situation being created for some biological, magical, or scientific reason. Characters must have sex immediately or very soon, or else face terrible physical pain, insanity, or even death. Another very similar, however distinct trope is called sex pollen. This trope involves characters being infected by, not necessarily literally a pollen, but it could be some kind of alien fungus, some kind of magic potion, some kind of something that compels them towards romance or sex where the characters otherwise would be completely adverse to that. I wonder what kind of absolute freaks would come up with such. I made a post on Tumblr.
Not it going straight back to Star Trek again. Oh my god. Stop. Oh my god.
Asking for readers and writers of omegaverse fiction.
You actually have the fuck or die thing.
Genre. And one person explained it in a way that I think also explains these tropes that it came from very well. Basically, it creates a situation where two characters go absolutely feral over each other, even if there are lots of reasons why they wouldn't normally do so. Enemies, rivals, social hierarchy, personal baggage, too bad, you're banging them.
Wow, that's a real enemies to lovers, enemies to fuck.
Have fun figuring out your feelings about the situation afterwards. Tons of drama and angst for fanfiction writers to play with. Doesn't surprise me that these are popular tropes. And I would consider heat cycles to be a variant on those compelled to have
Chat humans, we just love taboo. Do you know what I mean? It's so interesting because I think there is something like innately human about the slight taboo. You know? The whole stepbrother, stepsister porn genre indicates that. But it's so interesting to me. We just love things to feel like a little bit like, oh, okay. But also for it to be fine. Okay, yes, and ass babies. We just learned about them.
Supernatural reasons tropes. A likely culprit for importing the idea of mating cycles into supernatural fandom specifically is another TV series that Jensen Ackles was in before Supernatural, so could share some fan overlap. It's this show called Dark Angel, where some of the characters are genetically engineered soldiers. One of the things that has been added to their DNA is cat DNA, which gives them heat cycles. Well, it gives the female characters heat cycles. Of course, fanfiction writers play with some of the male characters having heat cycles as well.
Kendra was right. I am in heat, or something like that. All because they spiced up that genetic cocktail called me with a dash of female DNA. So I can jump 15 feet of razor wire and take out a 250-pound linebacker with my thumb and index finger, which makes me an awesome killing machine at a hoot at parties.
Damn, girl.
It also means that 3 times a year I'm climbing the walls looking for some action.
3 times a year I'm climbing the walls looking for action. Ah, like stop.
Side note, I'm currently on episode 10 of Dark Angel, and I didn't need to watch that much of it for this video. But it's very entertaining.
Oh.
And also, I'm pretty sure the fandom is, like, dead and in the ground for 20 plus years now, so if anybody out there wants to, like, watch it with me, it is literally free on archive.org. Watch it with me. Let's revive this ridiculous fandom. But back to more serious matters. We need to talk about Mpreg. Mpreg likewise predates Omegaverse by a lot. It was played with by various science fiction series throughout the 20th century, either because you have like humanoid aliens where the men can get pregnant, or you have human men altering their bodies in some way. Mpreg in fanfiction goes back at least to the 1980s. According to fan lore, the oldest surviving example is a fic from exactly 1980, in which, for once, it's not Star Trek the original series. It's a Star Wars fic in which Han Solo
Star Wars fic
gets pregnant. However, the second oldest surviving example is, in fact, Kirk Spock. So, there. So it does seem like it was science fiction fans who were first aware of the possibility of Mpreg, you know, coming from being fans of a genre where biology is often played.
Hey. Science fiction fans are really normal and fine, actually. Okay? I don't want to hear it.
With like that, but once again, we see it being taken out of context and used by other fandoms where, like, it doesn't necessarily make sense.
Why the fuck did I already know that? Science fiction fan. You know, there's overlap here. I don't know what to tell you. There's overlap.
Have the Beatles getting pregnant, but it has this appeal to fans, and so Other fanfiction writers used it. In Ponfar, Mpregs, Bonds, and the Rise of Omegaverse, Christina Buse writes, Mpregs come in all shapes and sizes. As a result, can fulfill a vast variety of fan desires. A romantic need to create a love child between male lovers, an interest in pregnancy's emotional and physical fallout on a partnership, or even a fascination with the horrors of forced breeding. Even more than the heat trope, Mpreg allows a female writer to play out themes of female bodies, concerns of gender and relationships, and issues of reproduction. Onto the werewolf stuff. It is not surprising to me that Omegaverse as we know it became popular in the wake of the 2000s supernatural romance trend. Having like a super strong, dark and mysterious, semi-monstrous boyfriend was all the rage for a hot minute there in the 2000s. It was a fun time to be in middle school. The kind of power dynamics you see in Omegaverse are inherent in a lot of supernatural romance as well. It's a slippery slope, you know? Like, if you already want an alpha werewolf boyfriend, like, you might as well give him a crazy inflating wolf penis. Coward. Before Omegaverse, there were werewolf AUs, in which you could find pack dynamics, pair bonding, alpha males, scenting, and in the kinkier stuff, yes, nodding. Respondents to my Tumblr post said, basically the original version of ABO that I was introduced to was that they were actual werewolves and the novelty were ABO dynamics. They could transform into wolves or had some other indication that they were hybrids of some kind, and it had that tinge of monster fucker charm. I didn't understand monster fucking at all before I started reading ABO, but the main things that got me hooked on ABO, animalistic urges, knots, and the breeding, are all through lines to werewolf fucking. It's an easy jump to make, and now I am a proud monster fucker of many versions.
I'm sorry, but people really do write words. Words are written, and oh, wow, I love the human race sometimes. That's crazy.
Others noted that as time goes on, Omegaverse seems to move further and further from its wolfish roots. It was always distinct from the werewolf AU, but it used to be more related. Now it's like the werewolf AU has died out a bit more, and Omegaverse has moved more towards being just regular humans with some wolfish traits. And finally, let's talk a little bit about the power dynamics and dub-con scenarios featured in a lot of Omegaverse. Because this one is a trope as old as the romance novel itself. Back in the 18th and 19th century, when romance novels were first becoming a thing, it was not considered virtuous for a woman to express any sexual interest. So female protagonists, at least those that you were supposed to like and root for and who would be rewarded with a happy ending, tended to be very unwilling at first. Fast forward to mid-century saucy pulp novels.
This still plays out in society today, by the way. Like those kind of like cultural dynamics. Like that's a very real thing. And it still plays out in a lot of women's sexuality as well. Like the denial of it all seems to have to be part of it. Satan Was a Lesbian by Fred Haley. Happy Pride! What the fuck?
Novels and bodice rippers. Fast forward to modern day bad boy romances, and they still tend to feature some variant on virtuous girl and boy.
Oh, Amber, what a time for a raid. Have you found this before?
May 2025.
Oh god.
Pixel Smixel awakens as an alpha on her 21st birthday. June 2025. Pixel Smixel watches an Omegaverse video on stream, awakening her entire chat as Omegas. July 2025. Pixel Smixel and her entire chat sequester themselves in a Scottish castle.
That's so wrong. Oh god, thanks for the $10. It's so wrong. Hang on, you're watching her? Sorry, we're just learning about the Omegaverse. I'm sorry, if you don't know about sexy wolf problematic dynamics, then this is... I'm allergic to it a little bit, but it's also like really interesting. Humans are really interesting. Sorry. Oh god.
Who has no respect for her boundaries. And
also, if everybody in here doesn't know Amber, you should all go follow Amber. Amber is beautiful. and and defies the women aren't funny trope, which is very funny.
Would be super fucking creepy if he was real. It's about the ability to remove shame and guilt. I'm assigned female at birth, so there's a lot of good girls don't want sex that came with the Bible Belt upbringing, and man, that wasn't my experience. I wanted and I hated being socialized to feel bad about that. So horny ABO smut let me experience and write in a world where characters could just need to fuck, have sex, and be bonded to each other, and there's no shame in that. The fact that women, and some people who are no longer women but who were raised as women, have been writing this for literal centuries has to do with the fact that many of them were denied the agency to seek out sex. Lives. You will always see people who were raised with a lot of shame creating these fantasy scenarios where they can have sex even if they're not allowed to want it. I know that a lot of people are still really put off by this kind of thing in fiction. I know this is like an extremely polarizing topic, so just like don't be dicks, please. I don't know, I just feel defeated. Please don't be dicks. I know this is a really polarizing subject, but please don't be dicks. I honestly just really like trying to understand where people are coming from. That's all. In July of 2010, the following...
I think that is the correct take on the situation, right? Also, I don't think anybody has to, like, really deeply, like, psychoanalyze their sexuality. I think sometimes if you psychoanalyze yourself too much, it fucks you up even more. Like, there's got to be a level of introspection and reflection and growth, sure. But, like, do not psychoanalyze yourself all day, every day. Just try and live your life. You know, try not to think about it too much and, you know, you don't have to always go, like, full into the why or the what or the...
The following prompt was posted to the Supernatural Kink meme. Their world is just like ours. Except, in their world there are two types of men. One is the alpha male. The other is the bitch male. Alpha males are like any other guy, with the exception of their cocks. They work like dog cocks. The bitch male is just an ordinary guy without a special cock. I'd like to see alpha male Jared and bitch male Jensen. The result was a fan fiction called I Ain't No Lady, But You'd Be the Tramp by C. Familiaris on LiveJournal. The fic sets up the possibility of impregnation for betas, at the time they were called betas rather than omegas, and a kind of physiological bond triggered by genetic compatibility and the use of a birth control method, the morning after pill, and alludes to the role of women in this society. Or rather, betas having the same role as women, getting married, having babies. But crucially, it created a whole dystopian 50s-esque society based on this gender division. At the same time, it reflected on its sexism/gender-based prejudice, and referred to the existence of more liberal movements that were pushing for equality, women's lib turned beta's lib. The Tramp verse takes many of the trends and concepts that supernatural and non-fic memes were playing around with at the time, crystallized gender roles, animal traits, nodding mpreg bonding issues of consent, and coalesces them into one unified world that functions as some kind of mirror universe that both reiterates and gender flips roles, and opens the window for reflection on that world, and by extension, ours. Despite being declaredly written for kink, it blindsides its readers with world building about which the author had extensive ideas. It sets up many of the premises we now take for granted about ABO dynamics in one fell swoop, and it really was one of those, holy shit, what am I reading? This is amazing moments? People took notice. By November of 2010, the kink meme anons had come up with the ideas of heats and hormone suppressants. They had coined the name omega instead of bitch male, and coined the term beta for regular men. The kink meme was like this ongoing conversation where people were negotiating ideas without any shame and without any idea that they were creating a new genre. This soon resulted in another cornerstone fic of Omegaverse, Heat Between You and Me by the Miss LV. The Miss LV took a lot of notes from C. Familiaris in her world building. What was really annoying was that Jensen had lived his life vehemently opposed to being under anyone, much less an alpha. Being an omega was no cakewalk. While equality movements had changed the laws in the last century, discrimination was still present. Old ways of thinking and stereotypes still surfaced from time to time, and it was hard when someone would offhand...
It's like political analysis in the omegaverse. It's like, it's actually, it's a unique exploration of how being someone who can give birth relates to oppression or any of that. It's so interesting.
Handedly suggest Jensen belonged under someone, under an alpha, even a beta, just under. Omegaverse does often get a bad reputation for just reproducing gender essentialism, except it's fantasy men who can get pregnant this time, whoa. But the genre literally came right out of the gates, already destabilizing those fantasy gender roles. The abstinent Omega, or Omega who does not have sex with alphas, could be seen to reflect the second wave radical feminist concerns about the dominance of male sexuality and the impossibility of women meaningfully consenting to sex with men under the conditions of patriarchy. The fact that such nuanced and complex negotiation of sexual scripts and power structures features so prominently in one of the earliest Omegaverse stories indicates that issues of inequality and consent have been at the core of the genre right from the beginning. After those first few stories from the supernatural kink meme blew up, those combined tropes which became Omegaverse continued to stick together, to be used together by other writers, and slowly the community began to define it more and more.
Well, Twilight isn't necessarily like Omegaverse, right? Yes, there are werewolves in there, but Twilight is more like vampire and more I have two boyfriends and I want my boyfriends to be boyfriends, but unfortunately the boyfriends can't be boyfriends, so I'm just going to have the boy that I didn't choose accidentally mark my child with a soul bond thing, and so we all have to live happily ever after. Look, Twilight's got some issues, my friends.
One respondent to my Tumblr post wrote, "When it first became popular, I've noticed many people making up their own rules for how Omega, Alpha, and Beta people worked, since it was still new and not everybody followed the same pattern. For example, biting the back of the neck to mark someone as a mate wasn't as prevalent as it is today. Nowadays, everyone seems to be following the same set of agreed upon rules, following things such as suppressant pills, heats, markings, and what an Omega goes through. I must say, I am entirely too grateful that the universe of calling an Alpha a jerk by saying knothead has died down." By 2011, it was spreading. Some of the first fandoms thought to be infected with Omegaverse are the ones that shared significant fan overlap with Supernatural. The term Omegaverse specifically is actually thought to have possibly been coined by Sherlock fandom. Certain fandoms referred to it more often as ABO, as ABO Dynamics, or just as AO, but apparently the term Omegaverse was used like a disproportionately high amount by
See, it's really interesting though, like with Twilight when it came out, I do remember really enjoying it, but it is because like that whole regular girl, but like multiple people like you is something that I think a lot of young people who have never received attention kind of want, like the idea. And I mean, I think there are a lot of men that can relate, right? There's a reason, you know, there's a reason porn exists the way that it does, and like male fantasy is often catered to. And so I think the reason Twilight went so big in a lot of ways is because like female fantasy wasn't exactly depicted in the same way that male fantasy was. Like even if you go to the 90s and you watch every fucking romantic comedy, it's just like some kind of goofy, funny guy getting a really hot girl or two and then being like, oh, I don't really want you. And then she's like, oh, no, we have to be together. Like, I love you so much, average man. Right? So I think, like, Twilight especially got really big because of, like, its depiction of, like, female fantasy a little bit. And I definitely don't know. I wouldn't say any of these things are universal, obviously.
They might have been the ones who came up with it, according to NetWeight. So there's a fun fact for you. When I asked Tumblr users what fandoms introduced them to Omegaverse for the first time, answers included Hannibal, Teen Wolf, Avengers, Star Wars, Hitalia, Hamilton, Homestuck, Voltron, Criminal Minds, K-pop, RPF, X-Men, Attack on Titan, Harry Potter, Twilight, Welcome to Night Vale.
There's Twilight mentioned.
Death Note, Yuri on Ice, Hockey RPF, Dragon Ball Z, Legend of Korra, and BTS. And Omegaverse did not stop its growth and popularity with just Western fandoms. Male-male romance fiction produced by and for women is huge across Asia as well, and Omegaverse has become a known trope there too. In the paper, Between Boys Love and Slash, Danmei Fiction, Transcultural Mediation, and Changing Gender Norms in Contemporary China, the authors put forth the suggestion that Chinese Danmei novels are a place where ideas from Japanese boys love media and Western slash fiction sometimes commingle, and they use Omegaverse as an example of that. Danmei novels started to be self-published online around 1998. They differ from Western slash fiction in that they are most often original stories rather than fan fiction. They differ from Japanese boys love media in that they are often written prose rather than a visual medium like manga or anime. Everyone wants men to kiss, but their media about it is slightly different. In the early 2000s, Harry Potter fandom was the first to popularize the idea of translating English fan fictions for Chinese audiences. However, It was not until 2010 when Chinese Danmei fans fell en masse under the spell of BBC's miniseries Sherlock that Euro-American slash circles began to play
I really enjoyed the ContraPoints video on Twilight. It was very good.
heightened role in the Chinese Danmei scene. Thousands of fans of original Danmei novels, Japanese manga and anime, and Korean pop idols, all of whom generally used to have little interest in fan productions based on Euro-American media content, started to embrace Slash because of Sherlock. Thanks, BBC Sherlock! So now, every time I struggle to plug my phone in the dark and keep missing the port, I will think about how BBC Sherlock would call me an alcoholic. And the fact that he's responsible for omegaverse.
I don't think that's BBC. Oh.
Becoming popular internationally. In 2011, a translated work of Sherlock Omegaverse was posted to a very popular Danmei site. It was thought to be adopted by other writers on that website first, and then spread all over Asian fan spaces from there. Today, you can find many original Danmei stories which incorporate Omegaverse elements, as well as manga, webcomics, anime. One person who responded to my Tumblr post wrote, "For me, the Omegaverse was a genre only for fanfics, so I was surprised when I started finding Omegaverse manga when I was about 17. I was shocked when they made Omegaverse anime. It felt like they were putting something out there that no one was supposed to see." The highest profile Omegaverse works thus far, I think, is probably Pit Babe, that Thai TV series. I remember when it came out, everybody started messaging me like, "Strange."
There is a group of people I need to show this to. There is a group of people that I need to make watch this. Gosh, I really hope there's somewhere I can find it to watch.
Strange, they're Omegaverse. They're making an Omegaverse TV show. Strange, they're doing Omegaverse on TV. I haven't seen it, but apparently the creator said on Twitter that most of the explicitly Omegaverse elements ended up being cut by producers. Although fans of the genre can still tell that it is informed by Omegaverse. For something to go from being made up collectively by a couple of anonymous users on a supernatural community to being a staple of fan communities all over the world and influencing actual televised content with budgets within only 14 years of existence is kind of bonkers. Like, go Omegaverse! There is an obvious, huge, and international appeal to Omegaverse, so it's obviously more complicated than haha crazy wolf porn. In fact, respondents to my Tumblr post told me that the trend over time, at least in fanfiction spaces, tends to be away from its origins in wolf-inspired porn. The trend now is more towards emphasis on world building and social commentary, and the porn is definitely still there, but it's down to less than 50%. I've
Wow.
already hinted at the ways that it might be a tool for women and queer people to examine gender in really interesting ways, and in my next video I will be taking a much closer look at that. The potential literary value of Omegaverse, the discourse around its ability to both replicate gender inequality, misogyny, transphobia in unhelpful ways, and equally its ability to do really smart social commentary, provide catharsis, etc., etc., when in the hands of a good writer. And you better stay tuned, because that rabbit hole is just as deep as this one. Also, I have like really cool new merch. Remember to go check that out.
So cool. That is cool merch. I should make merch, shouldn't I?
It's great and you will love it. I promise. Thank you so much for watching, my friends, and I will see you in another Omegaverse video very soon.
This was a tiny link, I believe. This one was, yeah, this was Tiny. Tiny got this one for me, I think. Link, oh, sorry, you'd like the link again? Piegate? Piegate shirts, anyone? I can just imagine a hoodie with wolf phallus prawn across the front. Lol. Yeah, I think that's what it is, Trier. So everybody feels like they've got representation. Like, and it's not really based on like genitals or anything, right? Even though it kind of is on genitals because the alphas have giant fucking wolf penises with nuts at the bottom or something. Wow. Okay, well. I feel really educated. I do. Do I feel enlightened? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I have so many questions and thoughts and feelings. Do you know what I mean? Like, is there a way to be an omega but have a puberty that secretly turns you into an alpha? Like, is that a thing? Oh my god, I never ever need to read that sentence ever again, Trya. Ever. Ever. In 1,000,000 years. Ever. Um, in general, it's all assigned at birth. Okay, so there is no changing. Brian, I don't know. I don't want the answer to that question. Oh my god. Nope, I do not want the answer to that question. I do want another cup of tea though. I'm trying to drink more fluids, chat. Louis. Giant fucking wolf penises. Well, it would be great with fucking context, wouldn't it? New stream alert. No! No, I'm not giving any representation to giant wolf penises on my stream. Ridiculous. Entertain yourselves, peasants. Don't worry, I'm a peasant too. It's not like, it's not me calling you a peasant from like the top. It's like a camaraderie of peasant. Anyway. Ow. So, chat, I have a question for you, okay? Do you think I have my leftover green paint tin with the lid on in another bucket with a lid on, and I think I can still smell it in this room. I think I have to put it somewhere else because otherwise I'm sniffing. I think I'm smelling paint when I come into this room. Yeah, I think I need to put it somewhere else. If I'm being real, I think I can smell it. With my newly formed hypersensitivity to smell, you know, since it is Pride Month, I am coming out as an alpha wolf, with my newly formed sense of smell. Yeah, I think I've got to I've got to put it in the storage cage. Evan, I feel concerned about clicking on this link. Yep, I was rightfully concerned about clicking on that link. History, man. Does the paint smell breedable? Stop it. I did not have alpha pics on my bingo card for today. Wow, you should have had a more apt bingo card. That's your fault. You could have done better. You should have had a better bingo card. It's not my fault that you had the wrong bingo card. It's not my fault I managed to smell paint. Man, there are some like crazy fucking video essays out here. A very deep dive into reality shifting. How Mormon doctrine created crumble cookie. Louie, stop throwing me under the fucking bus, bro.
Boy! You're mine, growled Elon. I will destroy the world before I see you in his hands. Donald knew what he had to do to save everyone from Elon's rage. He picked up the phone. Tell Zelensky I can't come to the peace talks. I just can't see him.
No. Stop it. Take it away from me. Stop it. Stop. Stop. God. Oh, we live in a time. Box. Stop. Stop it. Go. Stop, chat. Stop. Keep it together. Stop. Oh, God. I invite anything. I just needed to know. And now I know. I now know. Anyway, so how do we feel about Ukraine's latest attack on Russia? You know, with the drones in the shipping containers. Kind of crazy when you think about it. Hey. It's an interesting kind of warfare for the future. Interesting times. It's a very impressive operation. New strat is don't tell America about anything. Seems to be working. Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I think Donald Trump is beholden to Putin. So It gives me hope as someone in a small country bordering Russia. Follow Stan. I can't even imagine, right? Like Finland, even Sweden to an extent, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, um, all of those countries specifically, but like also down south, scary. Like it is, especially if that's, if they get done in Ukraine and then they set their sights somewhere else. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there were interesting, for me, between watching Andor and the way the Senate functions in Andor and like just thinking about like the European Union and how that functions and like the stability of Europe as an area of the world. It's so interesting to me because of obviously the politics are so much more difficult as so many different countries border other countries. Trade is interesting in itself, politics from country to country, and it's so small. That's when I went from Australia to Europe, I don't think I was aware how in Europe you can just go from country to country in a day. Like it's small. And I think when I was younger, I didn't really picture that or the way that that would function in reality. Yeah, well, he accepted the Qatar plane. Meanwhile, it's just the politics of it all is so interesting. Trump accepting a Qatari plane, Qatar funding Hamas, like Israel doing what Israel is doing, committing genocide. Like it's, and then America being technically allied with Israel. It's all. Also, I sit here and I think about how long I have been talking about Palestine now and the people who pushed back against it. I don't know how you can call this anything other than a genocide. You look at the images coming out of Palestine right now. It's just fucking horrific. It is horrific, and it's truly hard to believe that there are people out there who don't really even know what's going on or don't have an opinion or think that Israel is within its right to defend itself against terrorists. Because like even if you concede that what Hamas did on October 7th is definitely terrorism, right? The response is not, it's not okay. It's not even slightly proportional, and it's evil. So I don't know how you stand by that. I really don't. A war implies some comparable opposing power. Did I call it a war? I think I said it was a genocide, but. Same, wonder what all the people who left my community 2 years ago for me speaking up, what they think now. Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? Like, if you stand by those beliefs, Hello, Alron. It's actually quite concerning as well. In Australia, we had a thing happened where a lot of people got stabbed again at a supermarket, like a shopping center. And then there were Yahtzees that showed up all dressed in black, and they were basically like, deport N-word. So, like, there are groups here that are functioning in very scary ways. And it's crazy because they in their heads, they think they're like some sort of freedom fighters or something when they're literally Yahtzees. Yeah, that's true, Trya. Yeah, I mean, well, if you're protesting for something, right, and not showing your face, you have to have some inkling that what you're doing is kind of fucked, right? No? I suppose that's true, follow Stan, but I mean, we don't know that. I mean, yes and no. Honestly, Zombie, one of the most tragic pieces of news I consumed today that I wasn't really sure if I was going to share on here because it was the immigrants turning up to their official asylum hearings, their official ones, and then being taken away by ICE. Like immigrants trying to do the right thing, showing up to their asylum hearings, and then being taken by ICE at those hearings was a level of fucked up I was really not ready to look at today. Hey, Big Phil. And I really don't know how ICE employees go to sleep at night. Like the things they must have to tell themselves about like ripping families apart, sending people back to countries where they're most likely going to be murdered. I really don't know. It's history repeating because people refuse to acknowledge uncomfortable things in history when it reflects badly on them, and so it repeats. We also have patriarchy and capitalism and greed, and the internet has disconnected us. And I truly think that even platforms that have any sort of scrolling on them are one giant psyop. Like the idea that you can make content to escape capitalism, but you are reliant on an application and the validation of other people for just content is not conducive to a functioning, healthy world. Like people should be able to make a living doing basic normal jobs if they want to, like running a store, like fixing shoes, like other things that they might enjoy. Like our it's funny, right? Because I sit here creating a form of content, and I enjoy making little videos for myself, like that little one of Pixel I made of her looking for the toy. Like I enjoyed making that. It's nothing major, but the way I look at those scrolling apps and the way the comment sections of those scrolling apps go, I realize how many people are just sitting there on their phones day after day instead of living. You have to balance it. Like watch my content for the time that I do it. Watch as much content as you like sometimes, but you have to balance out your life. You have to live some of it. You have to go for walks. You have to be in nature. You have to be with other people. And the skills that we need to be able to balance the consumption of content at the moment and critically think about the propaganda that we're being fed are hard skills to learn. And so instead of learning them, a lot of people just don't, and we become entrenched in phone addiction or isolation because of the insecurities that are brought upon us by witnessing so many other people's lives or opinions or seeing so much suffering every day. Like, I'm having a real issue with getting stuck scrolling. I delete the app. I delete it occasionally, says this, and my life gets better. Truly. Like, I don't think there is a way to do it other than deleting. I get stuck too. I'm not gonna lie. There have been days of my life where I have scrolled for hours, the whole day, maybe. I'm pretty good because I have a dog, and so no matter what happens, I always make sure that she's having a good life. So it means that at least I'm getting outside, you know? And also because I rely on myself to live, most of the time I'm very good at showing up for work and making sure that I can pay my bills. But beyond that, like, there are definitely days that go badly for me as well.
Oh, so the omegaverse thing was bait for this. Genius. You're a genius.
I'm not a genius. It's called a mixed bag of lollies, all right? Okay? You get a little treat, you get a little seriousness, and then I sing for you, all right? Just enjoy it, you know? Deleting the app just makes me wonder what I'm missing. Yeah, I know, but there will always be more content. There will always be something new that's happening. There will always be news that you miss. There is no way to consume it all. There isn't. And the idea that you have to consume it all to be relevant or have an opinion is incorrect. How often do you talk to other people IRL? I talk to at least 3 people on the phone every day because I live alone. And I try and do at least 2 social things a week. I think that's smart, Undead. It's not just content though. That's not how I experience it. I experience it as being disconnected from society. Vox, do you know what? I truly understand that feeling. Especially as someone who lives alone, sometimes I find it so hard to read because it feels isolating. Like, if I'm on my phone, at least I'm not missing a message if it comes through or something. So I'm still connected to people, right? And I really understand the feeling. Like, I see where you're coming from because I feel the same when sometimes I go to read. That's why sometimes it's just so nice to have someone come over and then you can just like chill and do your own thing. Because you're not disconnected from society. Like when I go to my mom's, right, I can read because my mom is there. And I don't feel alone and disconnected. So it's easy for me to read. It's easier for me to relax because there is someone there. How do you balance being a content creator and to some extent needing social media for work? Look at my social media. I barely do it anymore. I'm lucky enough. I mean, I should, because I'm probably wasting my best content years never having made enough money to support me in the future. But look at my social media. It is barren. I tweet occasionally. I post on Instagram rarely. The only social media that I really pay attention to is Discord because it's different to me. That's not, it functions differently in my brain. But also, I just don't think I was meant to be like a content creator who filmed every part of her life and shared every part of her life online. I'm willing to tell you like this, but most of the time I'm really just trying to live more than present. It really is, Paper Louise. It's a lot of work. Unfortunately, being given the false impression of socializing on here can often hold people back from seeking out and nurturing genuinely fulfilling relationships. Again, you need a balance. Like, I would encourage you all to go out and nurture real relationships. Not that these aren't real relationships, they are, but it's different. Like, spending time with someone in person is different. Blue, the reason I don't do that is because I don't like giving away anything to do with like my location online. When I see people like post videos of like their house, like the front of their house or their backyard or like their view or anything like that, I truly can't believe that they're doing that. Exactly, Vox. There's so many people like that who can find you from just like the tiniest little thing. Yeah, Cessus, like creepy shit like that happens all the time. It's also difficult to spend times with folks in person. No, truly. Like that is hard, right? And is that one reason I live in the city is because it's so much easier to hang out with people because it's not as far away. Actually, one of my social events, like this week, I'm driving quite far to hang out with some people. Um, and it does make it harder. And like that effort is not something I could do like every week or everything, but it's something I can do occasionally. You're hopefully touching grass in Nashville in January? Oh my God, Louie, that would be so nice. Something to look forward to. Elron, yeah, yep. Even when you do hang out with people, they scroll on their phones when they aren't busy talking about themselves. It's the wrong people. It's the wrong people. So you really sometimes you can hang out with your friend on your phone, right? Like I've done that with friends, like my really close friends. Occasionally, like we'll sit there and we'll sit on our phones. But the reality is, a lot of the time I'm hanging out with my friends, we don't have our phones, and it's so important. Like you have to learn to be present, and you need to encourage other people to do the same thing. Oh, that would be really nice, Cessus. I have noticed you yourself seem a lot happier than a couple of years back, which is improvement. Glad you got someone to hang out with close enough. I mean, I'm having my three girlfriends over for drinks. Do you know what I mean? They can all come here. Not very far. Easy for them to get here. Like truly. And that makes all the difference, like from when I was living in the country and, I would have to drive a couple of hours just to hang out with a friend. How did you meet your friends? I went to a bar a lot. It was a bar and there was a community at the bar. And the first time I went by myself. And then from there, like you make one friend and then there were a couple of other friends I made, and like one of my best friends that I made because she called me And she's like, this guy says he's sleeping with you, but there's no way, right? And I was like, there's no way. And it turned out that guy had been saying he'd been sleeping with like a lot of the women at the bar, and saying like really awful fucking shit. And we confronted him all together. And then like we just kind of, we bonded before that a little bit, but that was like, the fact that she was like, go, you didn't do this, did you? And then like I burst into tears because at the time it was like it was so crazy. Look, for me, because of my brain, drinking was definitely the social lubricant that kind of helped me learn to socialize a little better. I wouldn't say that's medical advice. I don't really, I don't like hanging around drunk people all that much either now. But was it water-based? LMAO. See, but like that's good. You've got multiple options, Blue. It's not, I don't think it's luck. Try it's not luck. You've become a much, I don't want to, how do I put this correctly? You've become a much more palatable person. Even if you think you haven't changed, you have. Because you don't have the same hatred towards women that you had when you joined this community. You fucking hated me, bro. You have changed. You have changed significantly over time. And when you think something is luck, it's a whole lot of things that you are not perceiving. There are a whole lot of little things that would have happened that you are not perceiving in the way you engage with the people around you. Oh, that's really nice, Anthony. Yeah, I don't really drink that much anymore, but we're having like a Dirty Gin martini / pickle based night, and Josie's gonna cook and stuff, so it'll be really nice. I think it's also why I really like Magic the Gathering. It's an activity you can do with friends. Um, that is like third spacey, like it's a reason to hang out with other people. Um, that isn't like drinking. Should I make my alpha, beta, or omega werewolf deck? I could. I think there's enough cards to be able to make a deck like that. You should not. I do not play Yu-Gi-Oh, but one of my friends, Claire, has the sickest Yu-Gi-Oh card collection. But she stopped playing because she ended up dealing with a bunch of misogyny in the community, which is kind of a problem with any card game, being real. Like a lot of these things are pretty gatekept, but none of the words uttered during the stream are in the Bible. You're so right. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh, sorry. No, I've never delved into the Sonic fandom. Look, MTG is something that you want to play if you've got friends who also want to play. Oh my god, she's snoring. And her little paws are like this. My little baby. I put 4 mpreg counters on my Phrygian werewolf in 4 turns. It will birth a 9/9 ass baby token. I swear to God. I need that sentence to go back in your brain where it belongs. Not out here. Not out with the rest of us. On a t-shirt right now. I swear. Yeah, my body was rejecting it. I'm not even kidding. It was. Yeah, your commander is probably the problem, right? Right? Almost definitely the problem. That's what people say. That's what people mean when they say silly little guy. Just make sure, Elron, that you're making sure to eat protein in the morning with your Vyvanse so it works properly. And then also make sure that you eat food. Especially if you've had a problem eating ever, please make sure you eat food. People sometimes just make sure you eat food. Am I supposed to have protein before meds? No, but with Vyvanse, having protein with a Vyvanse it activates it. So when you're taking meds, you need to look into how those meds work, and you need to make sure that you are doing the things that you need to do, because Vyvanse will stop you from feeling like eating completely. I've never taken it, but I've had 2 friends who have had to stop taking Vyvanse because they couldn't eat. Coming from me, who is currently med-free, can't believe it. I feel so naked right now. No meds, no nothing. Don't even take a pill. Ugh, weird. Ugh. I'm probably dying. My body's like, bring back the pills, please. Okay, well, as long as you're still eating enough nutrition. Do you know what I'm having for dinner tonight? I'm having a cooked piece of salmon, and I'm going to make myself a salad with avocado and lettuce and basil and tomatoes and bocconcini balls and balsamic vinegar. That's going to be my dinner, but I'm going to omegaverse who? I'm going to cook 2 pieces of salmon, inbred salmon from Australia, whatever. And then the other piece I'm going to put in the fridge for tomorrow to have with rice and furikake and mayonnaise and chili. Bocconcini balls. I love a bocconcini ball. Your brother caught some fish earlier today and he's giving you a couple? That's nice. Is it like arancini? No, it's like little mozzarella balls. Oh, that's good, Evan. It feels like half the world is on Vyvanse at the moment, or ADHD meds. And I'm not saying everybody doesn't have ADHD, everybody fucking does, but I do think our attention spans have been stolen from us as adults in a lot of cases because of the way technology has affected our brains, our memory function, and the way we interact with the world.
True bliss isn't fame, followers, or even a perfect subathon. It's being a Twitch streamer covering the omegaverse, seeing a chat full of impreg discourse and dominance hierarchy steppin'. Maybe even someone talking about heat. Anyway, you haven't lived until you've hit end stream and gone full omega mode with a forkful of stroganoff in bed and zero shame.
Thanks for the 500 bits. I feel as I've gotten older, I've gone from diet ADHD to full sugar ADHD. I also just think as human beings, we weren't supposed to function in a lot of like the workplaces and situations that we find ourselves in. And that heightens things like ADHD and other like mental issues. Night, Tiny. I don't think I have ADHD. I definitely have like some of the symptoms associated with ADHD, but I don't have ADHD. I don't think you can ask. You need a diagnosis, zombie pineapple, and it costs a lot of money a lot of times. Yeah, I don't have ADHD. There's a lot of things you could diagnose me with. ADHD isn't one of them. How the frick are you getting the medication then? I don't have the medication. What? Oh, these people are all diagnosed. I just don't think psychologists put a lot of effort into diagnosing properly these days. I think some of the things that are said to be ADHD could be ADHD, or it could be a whole list of other things. Like some people are diagnosing OCD, and it could be OCPD, or it could be You know, there's a long list of diagnoses, and I'm just not sure because of the huge influx of patients at the moment that all diagnoses are going through correctly. Correct, Famis. Well, thanks, Samdia. I mean, yeah, and Vox, that's the flip side of it. OCPD is different to OCD. Like, people with OCD know what they're doing is like irrational, whereas people with OCPD think what they're doing is rational, right? Like, they do things that obsessively and compulsively, but they in their head they think it's rational. For example, like, you know, all of the knives have to go in the thing the right way, and if they don't, they have a breakdown. But that's rational, like they need to all go in the right way. Whereas like OCD specifically is like, I have to pick up this hat and put it down 3 times or everyone in chat is gonna die. I just did it. I did it 3 times. Don't worry, Tasty. I got you. I did it just in case, all right? I had you all covered. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. I did it. It's okay. That would make sense, Aaron, I guess. Yeah, I don't need any diagnoses. I have a lot of depression instances on my medical record. But I was in fucking pain. Of course I was depressed. I couldn't do anything. Of course I was depressed. What do you want from me? Duh. Like, chat, it's that time. I mean, executive function for me is just fucked full stop. But I have pretty good skills to get over it, at least sometimes, you know. It will, Big Phil, but it is hard. Hi, my foggies. Good morning. Good morning. I has returned. Did you do your work or did you have dinner? What was the plan? Let's start with this because Well Gone Wrong covered this one a while ago. Feet don't fail me now. Take me to the finish line. Oh, my heart, it breaks every step that I take. But I'm hoping at the gates that to me that you're mine. Walking through the city streets. Is it by mistake or design? I feel so alone on a Friday night. Can you make it feel like home if I tell you you're mine? It's like I told you, honey. Don't make me sad, don't make me cry. Sometimes love is not enough and the road gets tough. I don't know why. Keep making me laugh. Let's go get high. The road is long, we carry on. Try to have fun in the meantime. Come and take a walk on the wild side. Let me kiss your heart in the pouring rain. You like it goes insane. Choose your last words. This is the last time. 'Cause you and I, we were born to die. Lost, but now I am found. I can see where once I was blind. I was so confused as a little child, trying to take what I could get, scared that I couldn't find all the answers, honey. Don't make me sad, don't make me cry. Sometimes love is not enough and the road gets tough. I don't know why. Keep making me laugh. Let's go get high. The road is long, we carry on. Try to have fun in the meantime. Come and take a walk on the wild side. Let me kiss you hard in the pouring rain. You like it goes insane. Choose your last words. This is the last time. 'Cause you and I, we were born to die. We were born to die. We were born to die. Come and take a walk on the wild side. Let me kiss you hard in the pouring rain. You like it goes insane. Don't make me sad, don't make me cry. Sometimes love is not enough and the road gets tough. I don't know why. Keep making me laugh. Let's go get high. The road is long, we carry on. Try to have fun in the meantime. Heart in the pouring rain. You like it goes insane. Choose your last words. This is the last time. 'Cause you and I, we were born to die. We were born to die. We were born to die.
Carry it well.
I would love to sing that. The plug is, I'm almost out of all the Canadian lollies except for the ones in the Ziploc bag. Hey! Plane, I would take you to the moon and
Airplane
back.
emoji, up right arrow emoji, full moon emoji, down left arrow
Did I get it?
emoji, globe
I
emoji.
got it. I so got it. That's Savage Garden. I'm a genius, and you know it. I'm so smart. Yes, I am. I still feel a little under the weather, and it's kind of hard to sing. God damn it, but oh well. I guess the fishies are more of an acquired taste. Well, I haven't tried them yet. I haven't tried these. I haven't tried. What flavor? Yeah, I've forgotten what the flavors of these ones were. These ones, I don't know yet. I'm excited. Rabbit, by the way. Free will subscription out of the blue for me. Thank you. I'm very grateful. That is very kind of you. I don't get many of those. So, welcome. Too kind. Come home, get high, forget about the time between my highlights. Yeah, I know I'm fine. It's been a rough time. Poker face in place. Otherwise it makes me think I'm unsafe. Yeah, I know it's strange. Wish it wasn't this way, but no one seems to know any better. I designed it that way. I know it seems I have it together, but just because I carry it well doesn't mean it isn't heavy, and I don't need some help. I know I keep it locked down, but all I want now is somebody who can tell me how it's gonna turn out. 'Cause I thought I'd be doing better by now. Yeah, I thought I'd be doing better by now, but don't I carry it well? I'm grateful but impatient, get hateful but I'm sided, so those who mean the most will get the best of me, and I can come back home and fight the rest of me. It's best to leave, 'cause no one seems to know any better. I designed it that way. I know it seems I have it together, but just because I carry it well doesn't mean it isn't heavy, and I don't need some help. I know I keep it locked down, but all I want now is somebody who can tell me how it's gonna turn out. 'Cause I thought I'd be doing better by now. Yeah, I thought I'd be doing better by now, but don't I carry it well? Don't I carry it well? Just because I carry it well doesn't mean it isn't heavy, and I don't need some help. I know I keep it locked down, but all I want now is somebody who can tell me how it's gonna turn out. 'Cause I thought I'd be doing better by now. Yeah, I thought I'd be doing better by now, but don't I carry it well? Thanks, my puggies. Too kind. taking her time, making up the reason to justify all the hurt inside. Guess she knows from the smiles and the look in their eyes. Everyone's got a theory about the bitter one. They're saying mama never loved her much and daddy never keeps in touch, and that's why she shies away from human affection. But somewhere in a private place she packs a bag for outer space, and now she's waiting for the right kind of pilot to come. And she'll say she's saying, I would fly you to the moon and back if you'll be my baby. Got a ticket for a world where we belong, so would you be my baby? She can remember a time when she felt needed. If love was red, then she was colorblind. All her friends, they've been tried for treason and crimes that were never defined. They're saying love is like a barren place, and reaching out for human faith it's like a journey I just don't have a map for. So baby, gonna take a dive and push the ship to overdrive, send a signal that she's hanging all her hopes on the stars. She's saying, I would fly you to the moon and back if you'll be my baby. I've got a ticket for a world where we belong, so would you be my baby? Mama never loved her much, and daddy never keeps in touch, and that's why she shies away from human affection. But somewhere in a private place she packs a bag for outer space, and now she's waiting for the right kind of pilot to come. Just saying, I would fly you to the moon and back if you'll be my baby. I've got a ticket for a world where we belong, so would you be my baby? To the moon and back if you'll be my baby. So would you be my baby? Thanks, Dottie.
Hammer, you can't touch this.
Oh my god, LMAO? Sure? Ooh, okay. Sure.
Wicked game, kindly.
Like it?
The smallest man who ever lived.
Oh my god, it's been so long since I sung that one and I'm so excited to. Yes, please.
Real, sleigh bells.
Absolutely. Oh my god, what a lineup. All right. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. My music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh Lord, thank you for blessing me with a mind rhyming to high beat. It feels good when you know you're down. A super dope boy from the old town, and I know it's such a, this is a beat. You can't touch, I told you, homeboy. You can't touch this. Yeah, that's how we live, and you know you can't touch this. Look at my eyes, man. You can't touch this. Yo. Let me bust up funky lyrics, fresh new kicks, advance. You got it like that, now you know what it is. So move out your seat and get a girl. Catch this beat while it's rolling. Hold on, pump a little bit and let her know what's going on. Like that, like that. Cold on a mission, so fall them back. Let them know that you're too much and this is a beat they can't touch. Yo, I told you, you can't touch this. Why are you standing there, man? You can't touch this. Yo, sound about schools and sucker, you can't touch this. Give me a song over them making us sweat, that's what I'm giving them now. They know you took them by the hammer, you took them by the show, that's hot and tight. Singers are sweating, so pass them a wire on tape to learn. What's it gonna take in the 90s to burn the charts? Legit. Either work hard or you might as well quit, that's worth. Cause you know, you can't touch this. No, you can't touch this. Break it down. Do you like my rapping? It's very good, everybody says so. Stop, hammer time. It is said, if you can't, the groove to this is probably dead. So wave your hands in the air, bust a few moves, run your fingers through your head. This is it for a winner. Dance to this and you gotta get thinner. Move, slide your bum just for a minute. Let's all do the bump, 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 bump. Yeah, you can't touch this. Look, man, you can't touch this. You better get hype, boy, cause I know you can't touch this. Bring the bell, school is back, break it down. Stop! Hammer time. You can't touch this, no. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. Break it down. Hammer time, every time you see me, the hammer's just so hype. I'm dope on the floor, and I'm magic on the mic. Now why would I ever stop doing this? With us making records that just don't hit. I've toured around the world, from London to the Bay. It's hammer, go hammer, McCammy, yo hammer, and the rest can go and play. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. I told you, you can't touch this. Too hype. You can't touch this. Get me out of here. You can't touch this. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You cannot do the thing. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Hi, Hobheb. Hello. I don't recognize your username. Welcome. Oh my god, there are so many in the queue.
Finish games, kindly.
Oh my god, you guys are crazy. That's like 50 in the queue. I'm so stressed out. It's gonna be fine. Next is Wicked Game. The world was on fire and no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. And I never dreamed I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. What a wicked game to play, to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do, to let me dream of you. Oh, what a wicked game to say, you never felt this way. Oh, what a wicked thing to do, to make me dream of you. I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. The world was on fire and no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd love somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love. Nobody loves no one. Thanks, well gone wrong, but it was alright. Oh god, it's all happening.
Fix you.
I like it. New track. Was any of it true? Gazing at me starry-eyed in your Jehovah's Witness suit. Who the fuck was that guy? You tried to buy some pills from a friend of friends of mine. They just ghosted you. Now you know what it feels like. And I don't even want you back, I just want to know if rusting my sparkling summer was the goal. And I don't miss what we had, but could someone give a message to the smallest man who ever lived? You hung me on your wall, stabbed me with your pushpins, in public showed me off, then sank in stoned oblivion. 'Cause once your queen had come, you treat her like an also ran. You didn't measure up in any measure of a man. And I don't even want you back, I just want to know if wrestling my sparkling summer was the goal. And I don't miss what we had, but could someone give a message to the smallest man who ever lived? Were you sent by someone who wanted me dead? Did you sleep with a gun underneath the bed? Were you writing a book? Were you a sleeper cell spy? In 50 years will all this be declassified, and you'll confess why you did it, and I'll say good riddance. 'Cause it wasn't sexy once, it wasn't forbidden. I would have died for your sins, instead I just died inside. And you deserve prison, but you won't get time. You'll slide into inboxes and slip through the bars. You crashed my party in your rental car. You said normal girls were boring, but you were gone by the morning. You kicked out the stage lights, but you're still performing, and in plain sight. But you are what you did, and I'll forget you, but I'll never forgive the smallest man who ever lived. It's so low. Outrageous. I love that song though. It's so low.
Like, I could not tell you the last time I paid for anything.
What the fuck?
Roses, Bon Jovi. Please and thank you.
Absolutely. There are currently 4 songs before it though. I hope that's okay. Have a heart, have a heart. 16,666 and it fell apart. You are the river flow, and we can never know. We are the weatherman, you make the wind blow. Keep thinking about every straight face. Yes, wonder what your boyfriend thinks about your braces. What about them? I'm all about them. 6 such straight A's, caught him in the bathroom. So this is it, then you hit a win, bang, click, click, said I love you on the moon, and you're all alone, friend. Pick up the phone then, ring, ring, call them up, tell them about the new trend. So this is it then, you hit a win, friend. click, click, settle up, see you on the moon then. You're a lone friend, pick up the phone then. Ring, ring, call him up, tell him about the new trend. Ooh, 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 have a heart, have a heart, have a heart. 16, 6, 6, 6, and you fell apart. You're a former terror pack, I'm aware of that. But we could be the fist fight, drums like the parent trap. Keep thinking about every straight face. Yes, wonder what your boyfriend thinks about your braces. We never blink, see, and you can see me. We fall asleep in the middle of a theory. So this is it then, you're here to win, friend. Click, click, settle up, see you on the moon then. You're a lone friend, pick up the phone then. Ring, ring, call him up, tell him about your new friend. You're here to win, friend. Click, click, settle up, see you on the moon then. Pick up the phone then. Ring, ring, call him up, tell him about the new trend. Have a heart, have a heart, have a heart. 16, 6, 6, 6, and another part. You are the river flow, and we can never know. We're just the weatherman, you make the wind blow. Keep thinking about every straight face. Yes, wonder what your boyfriend thinks about your braces. What about them? I'm all about them. 6 straight A's, caught them in the bathroom. You're here to win, friend. Click, click, settle up, see you on the moon and pick up the phone and ring, ring, call him up, tell him about the new trends. You're here to win, friend. Click, click, settle up, see you on the moon and pick up the phone and ring, ring, call him up, tell him about the new trends. Trends. Thanks, Evan. I hope it was alright. I know it's not close to the original, but I hope you have a good Tuesday, my poggies. I hope you have a good Tuesday. We go again. Everything is fine. I guess we could pretend we didn't cross a line. But ever since that day, everything has changed. The way I write your name, a cursive letter A, whenever it may be that you go on your way. If you really wanna leave, I'll never make you stay. Whatever you decide, I will understand, and it'll all be fine. Just go back to being friends, and love is a kaleidoscope. How it works we'll never know, and even all the change is somehow all the same. Turn it to the left and right, colors shining in your eye, and even upside down. It's beautiful somehow. It's never just a shape alone. Love is a kaleidoscope. And if you ever find someone who could write a better song for you. I'd love to see them try, put it all in words and sing it all in tune. There's no one else who could. The only one is you. And if you change your mind, I will understand. And it'll just take time to go back to being friends. And love is a kaleidoscope. How it works we'll never know. And even all the change is somehow all the same. Turn it to the left and right, colors shining in your eye. And even upside down, it's beautiful somehow. Every color of the rainbow, don't be afraid to hold it close. It's never just a shape alone. Love is a kaleidoscope. Thanks, Blasphemous. I hope that was all right. You took your coat off and stood in the rain. You're always crazy like that. And I watched from my window, always felt I was outside, looking in on you. You were always the mysterious one with dark eyes and careless hair. You were fashionably sensitive, but too cool to care. You stood in my doorway with nothing to say, besides some comment on the weather. Well, in case you failed to notice, in case you failed to see, this is my heart bleeding before you. This is me down on my knees. These foolish games are tearing me apart, and your thoughtless words are breaking my heart. They're breaking my heart. You're always brilliant in the morning and smoking your cigarettes and talking over coffee. Your philosophy's on a baroque mood. You love Mozart and you speak of your loved ones as I clumsily strum my guitar. Well, excuse me, I must have mistaken you for somebody else. Somebody who gave a damn. Somebody more like myself. These foolish games are tearing me. You're tearing me. You're tearing me apart. And your breaking my heart. You took your coat off and stood in the rain. You were always crazy like that. Things will go wrong. I hope it was okay. When you try your best but you don't succeed. When you get what you want but not what you need. When you feel so tired but you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. And the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try to fix you. And high up above or down below. When you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you were. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. Thanks, Dottie. Alright, shall we go to live learn? Thanks to famous bed of roses. No, it's high for me. Hi, Meep. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to pick a new melody. It doesn't, like if I sing it in my key, it won't go. So much man is on me here while we're talking. All of the things I long to believe in love, the truth with you. I'm so fucked. I'm gonna try my best. I do not got this, you guys. I do not got this, but you can have a version. It's Pixel Smixel kind. Sitting here wasted and wounded, this all be it, no. Trying hard to capture the moment. This morning I don't know. 'Cause a bottle of vodka still lodged in my head, and some blonde gave me nightmares. I think she's still in my bed. As I dream about movies that won't make me when I'm dead. With an ironclad fist, I wake up and French kiss in the morning. While some Martian man keeps its own beat in my head as we're talking. Got all the things that I the truth and what you mean to me. The truth is, baby, you're all that I need. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses, but at night I sleep on the bed and close as the Holy Ghost is. Lay you a bed of roses. I'm so far away. Each step that I take's on my way home. A king's ransom and dimes I give each night to see through the payphone. Still I run out of time, or it's hard to get through to the bird on the wire flies me back to you. I just close my eyes and whisper, baby, if my love is true, I wanna lay you down on a bed of roses. For tonight I sleep in a bed in there. Oh, I wanna be just as close as the Holy Ghost is, and lay you down on a bed of roses. Well, this hotel buzz, hangover, whiskey's gone dry. The barkeeper's wig's crooked and she's giving me the eye. Well, I might say yeah, but I laugh so hard I think I died. Oh, yeah. Now as you close your eyes, now I'll be thinking about you. While my mistress, she calls me to stand in her spotlight again. Tonight I won't be alone, but you know that don't mean I'm not lonely. I've got nothing to prove, for it's you that I died to defend. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses. But tonight I sleep on a bed in there. I wanna hold you as close as the Holy Ghost is, and lay you down. I wanna lay you down in a bed of roses. For tonight I sleep on a bed in nails. I wanna be just as close as the Holy Ghost is, and lay you down on a bed of roses. I feel like I got the vibe. I might not have gotten the melody, but I feel like I got the vibe. Do you know what I mean? I felt like I was there with the vibe. I don't know if I super got the melody, but like I was there with the vibe. And I feel like the vibe is what counts, you know? Dennis, thank you for adding that one to the list. Very fun.
Like, I could not tell you the last time I paid for anything.
The Wire, Heim.
Well, fuck, if you fucking say so. Fuck, shit, okay. Well, wait, that's... We're out here doing it. We out here live learning. No one is gonna do it anyway. And a reason? Oh, and no one know that you're gonna be okay anyway. Take it, take it, family to the wire. Die, came down to the wire. It's okay, it's okay. Oh, the Discord roles are the ones that I gave out VIP for the thing. They're on there. You can have a look at them and know which one you want. If you scroll back in the announcement section, the graphic is there. Why Sipiana? I think I can do this. It's a fucking bop, Donnie. I've heard it before. I don't know it. I've heard it before. I don't know it, but it's a fucking bop. I'm ready. Am I gonna get it right? It's so sexy. This beat is so sexy. Do you know what I mean? You know I'm bad at communication. It's the hardest thing for me to do. And it said that's the most important part that relationships go through. And I give it all away just so I could say that I know that you're gonna be okay anyway. You know there's no rhyme or reason for the way that you tend to be. I didn't go and try to change my mind, not intentionally. I know it's hard to hear me say it, but I can't bear to stay. And I just know that you're gonna be okay anyway. Always keep your heart locked tight, don't let your mind retire. Oh, but I just couldn't take it. I tried not to fake it, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right, it felt right. Oh, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right, it felt right. Oh, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. Use your imagination, trying to make it what you want it to be. Cause I'm sorry I did what I did, but it came naturally. And I give it all away just so I could say that I know that you're gonna be okay anyway. Well, I try to keep myself together after all the opportunities. Try to stay true to you and I try to do what you wanted from me. And I give it all away just to hear you say that I know that you're gonna be okay anyway. Always keep your heart locked tight, don't let your mind retire. Oh, and I just couldn't take it. I tried not to fake it, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right, it felt right. Oh, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right, it felt right. Oh, but I fumbled it when I came down to the wire. Oh, yeah. Hi, Cece. Always keep your heart locked tight. Don't let your mind retire. Always keep your heart locked tight. Don't let your mind retire. Oh. couldn't take it. I tried not to fake it, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. But I just couldn't take it. I tried not to fake it, but I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right, it felt right, oh. But I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right, it felt right, oh. But I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. It felt right, it felt right, oh. But I fumbled it when it came down to the wire, yeah, yeah, yeah. It felt right, oh. But I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It felt right. It felt right. It felt right. But I fumbled it when it came down to the wire. Yeah. What a bop. I'm glad that's on the list too. I'm glad. Hi VMAX. Welcome on in. Hi CC again. Anybody else who has joined us this evening? Hello.
Back to Black.
I would love
kindly.
to sing Back to Black. Hello. Welcome. Happy Tuesday, everybody. We learned about the omegaverse tonight. I know things. I know so many things. My brain is so full of things. It's kind of crazy. Avril Lavigne. Are you saying I look like Avril Lavigne? Because I'm singing Amy Winehouse right now. But, Dottie, how do you know that song? What a banger. Band since it came out, slay. He'll have no time to regret. Kept his dick wet with his slim old safe bed. Me and my head held high and my tears dry. Get on without my guy. You went back to what you knew. So far removed from all that we've been through. And I tread a troubled track. My eyes are stacked, and I'll go back to black. We only said goodbye with words. I done 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to us. I love you much. It's not enough to love glow. I love her. And life is like a pie, and I'm a tiny penny rolling up the walls inside. No, we only say goodbye with words. I got 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to. We only say goodbye with words. I done 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to. Black. Oh, little doggy up and about. She's like, it is time, mother. It has been many hours now. Has it been many hours? Would you like to say hello to everybody, my little baby? Come here. Come here. You want scratchies? She's playing hard to get. She also might need to go outside because it's been a while. She peed before stream, but it's been 4 hours. Come here. It's because I took my headset off. She thinks we're done. She thinks it's over. Which it is. The dog has spoken. The dog has spoken, chat. The dog has spoken. That's how it works. She's like, couch. And now I'm gonna cook some dinner. I'm gonna cook some salmon and some salad. Happy Pride, Karma. Did you get the inbred salmon? I did get inbred salmon from Tasmania. Chat, I'll send you all over to Kate. Now, I'm only working 4 days this week because that is a non-burnout amount of days while I'm feeling a little under the weather. Like, I don't know if you could tell, but my throat feels a bit weird. Anyway, whatever. I'm probably definitely not dying, so your sub is safe here. But I will be working Thursday night. We will do history night, and then I will do Friday during the day. You're welcome. And then I will do a Saturday stream as well. I will probably do afternoon into night for Saturday. So that should be fun. Super happy fun times. Everybody can go hang out with Kate. Who is very cool. You all know her, so I don't even have to say nice things about her. I'm going to go eat some really healthy food now, and lots of salad and greens, and pull this back together. You know? Thrive. I'm ready to thrive. Like an alpha in the omegaverse. Wait a minute. Anyway. Cool. Gotta get me them micronutrients. Okay, bye everybody. Be good to yourselves. You be good. Don't say mean stuff in your head. Alright, I don't want to hear